When he woke up, there were 2 baby boys crying, lying under each of his arms. He raised up to look at his sides, and found 2 neat incision scars there. It's said that the boys were named Tianxi and Deshe. The collector of these strange tales remarks, this event must have happened before Wu Sangui rebelled. Following Wu's rebellion, provincial governor Cai suspected Yang of being in on the scheme, and summoned him, thinking that Yang was going to rebel, too. Yang's wife, who'd long been considered clever and bold, became concerned and tried to stop him from going. But Yang wouldn't listen to her. In tears, his wife saw him off. When she returned home, she gathered all Yang's generals and soldiers, and they quickly took her to Cai's base to await further news. In a short while, Yang's wife heard that they were preparing to execute her husband, so she responded by soliciting Cai. Underscore 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 un. Tianxi and Deshe, these might be construed as signifying my young relative from the heavens and my young relative from the earth. Wu Sangui rebelled. Wu was a commander of northern defense forces, resisting Manchu incursions into China, who in 1643 formed an alliance with the Manchus, often interpreted as the ultimate betrayal of the already decaying Ming dynasty, that resulted in their taking Beijing and establishing the Qing dynasty. In a panic, Cai didn't know what to do, but fortunately, since his guards were watching her husband, Yang's wife couldn't attack him, thus she was forced to leave with her soldiers. After they were quite some distance away, Cai donned his military uniform and loudly began shouting orders to fight back. The people around him responded by just laughing at him. A few years later, the rebellion was concluded. Before long, Cai died suddenly. Just as he was dying, Cai saw Yang appear, with a young soldier on either side of him, the 3 of them watching him. Alas! Yang's ghost might have been powerful, but he couldn't return to life. And what were the 2 infant sons but spirits, portents of what would later happen? 299 Scholar Zhong. Zhong Qingye was a literary celebrity in Liaodong. He applied to take the provincial-level imperial civil service examination in Jinan. When he heard that there was a deist at the regional prince's court who could tell what would happen to people in the future, Zhong looked forward to meeting him. It was after he'd already passed 2 tests in the examination, and came to Baotu Spring, that he happened to discover the man. He was an aged deist, about 60 years old, whose long beard hung below his chest. A group had gathered, completely surrounding him, to ask whether they'd experience good or bad fortune, and he responded to all of them with brief comments. When he saw Zhong among the crowd, he joyfully shook his hand, exclaiming, "Your intentions regarding moral conduct are worthy of respect." He dragged Zhong with him into a pavilion, ignoring the other people as he spoke, and went on to ask, "Don't you want to know your future?" Underscore 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 un. Liaodong, the site of Dongnan Prefecture in Liaoning Province. Jinan, capital of Shandong Province. Regional Prince, a title conferred on the sons of imperial princes who weren't directly in line to inherit their father's titles, Hooker 208. Baotu Spring, this artesian spring in Jinan, acknowledged in the classic spring and autumn annals, was declared, world's #1 spring, by Qing Emperor Qianlong. "I do," replied Zhong. "Your lot in life is uncertain," replied the deist, "but now your success in the provincial examination is within sight. Yet when you make your triumphant return home, I'm afraid you'll never see your mother again." As Zhong, who was extremely filial, heard this, his tears fell, and he wished to return home without finishing the examination. The deist informed him, "If you fail to take this particular examination, you'll never see your name on a list of successful examination candidates. My mother will die without seeing me, never to live again," replied Zhong, "and besides, even if I was made a noble after passing the examination, what would be the point?" "Because we've been related since a previous life," the deist told him, "I'll certainly do my best to help you now." Then he took a small pill and instructed Zhong, "If you have someone deliver this pill to your home, your mother will be able to live 7 more days. When you complete the examination, you can go, and you and your mother will still be able to see each other." Zhong stashed the pill away, quickly agitating to return home, quite beside himself. Fearing that his mother might die, he figured that if he could just return a day earlier, he'd be able to demonstrate his devotion to his mother yet one more day. Thus he ordered his servant to prepare their donkeys and they turned east towards home, hurrying on their way. They'd travelled about a li when the donkeys suddenly rushed back the way they'd come, like they'd gone wild, till they shook off the men, who fell down. Zhong had no idea why they'd done this, and the beast's agitation provoked sweat dripped like rain. His servant recommended that they stop, but Zhong refused to listen. Then they took other donkeys, but the same thing happened. The sun was already over the mountains, and Zhong didn't know what to do. His servant thus advised him, "Tomorrow you can finish the examination, so why fight to get home this evening? Please, let me go ahead alone, and then you can follow after taking the exam. That's the better plan." Having no alternative, Zhong went along with his advice. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. The next day, he hastily completed the examination and immediately set out, as though there was no time even to eat or breathe, hurrying on his way to return home. His mother had become sick from all the chaos, but after taking some medicine, she recovered. When the servant gave her the pill, she was still in bed, and recovered a bit after taking it, and when Zhong came into the room to see her, he shed tears beside her bed. His mother shook her head for him to stop, then grasped his hand and happily told him, "I had a dream that I was in the underworld, where I watched the Hell King's facial expression as his anger subsided. He said that he'd investigated your entire life, and found no significant evils. Now that he realizes you're simply a filial son, he's extending my life by 12 years. Zhong was equally overjoyed. After several days had passed, she became as relaxed and healthy as she had been before. Soon afterwards, when Zhong heard that he'd successfully passed the examination, he bid his mother farewell and returned to Jinan. When he passed by the prince's palace, he gave some money to a palace servant to inform the deist of his presence. The deist happily came out to see him, so Zhong expressed his sincere gratitude to him. The deist told him, "You'll experience a great triumph after this, and your mother will increase her allotted lifespan, all of which is due to your great moral values, and even a deist couldn't do that." Zhong wondered at this prophecy, and thereupon respectfully asked how long he would live. "You're not very wealthy," the deist remarked, "and yet you'll live to quite an old age. In a previous life, when we were monks, you threw a stone at a dog, but mistakenly hit and killed a frog that now has been reincarnated as a donkey. If we discussed your destiny solely from the perspective of your previous record, you'd be fated to die at a young age, but now your filial piety and virtue has moved the gods, and already in the heavens they've relented regarding your fate, so you'll be safe and sound. However, your wife was unfaithful in a previous existence, and it's her fate to make you a widower while you're still young. Although your uprightness has extended your lifespan, it hasn't affected your wife, and I'm afraid that in a year, she will die." Zhong grieved over this for a good long while, then asked where he would find a new wife after that. "In Zhongzhou," the deist replied, "and she's now 14 years old." Just before leaving, he advised Zhong, "If you happen to find yourself in imminent danger, you should hasten to the southwest." After a year elapsed, Zhong's wife fell ill and died. His uncle was a district magistrate in Zhejiang, so his mother sent him there to visit, and it happened that while he was en route, he passed through Zhongzhou, deciding then to test the deist's prophecy. Thus as he hastened to the village, by chance he encountered a group of young men and women frolicking at the riverside. Just as he wanted to take his donkey's reins and hurry past, there was a mule without any bridle on it that began chasing him, kicking up its hooves, so when Zhong turned his head and saw this, he gave his own donkey a lash. This frightened the donkey into a frenzied gallop. At the time, a 6 or 7-year-old nobleman's son and his nursemaid were sitting together on the river bank. As the donkey ran past, none of the family retainers were able to grab the child before he was knocked into the river. The crowd of them then began shouting, wanting to seize Zhong. As the scholar sped away frantically, he suddenly recalled the deist's words, and quickly hurried off towards the southwest. Underscore 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 un. Zhongzhou, located in modern Henan Province. Zhejiang, located in the western portion of Guangdong Province. When he'd gone about 30 li, he came to a mountain village, where there was an old man at its gate who bowed respectfully as Zhong rode up to him. The old man invited him to enter. He said, "My name's Fang," and asked the scholar where he was coming from. Zhong prostrated himself and kowtowed, telling the old man about everything that had just happened. Fang told him, "Don't worry about it. Please stop here for now, and we can send someone to find out what happened." News of the incident arrived later that night, and once he realized that it involved a nobleman's son, the old man became quite upset, exclaiming, "His family can use their power to pursue you, and though I mean to help you, it's something I really can't prevent." Zhang couldn't stop expressing how sorry he felt. Fang thought carefully and responded, "We can't do anything about it, but please spend the night here, and we'll listen for further news to see if we can determine what plans have been made." Zhong was so sad and distressed that he couldn't sleep all night long. The next day, Fang went to check on news and discovered that an official document had already been issued, calling for the apprehension and public execution of the guilty party. The old man winced, but didn't say anything and returned. Zhong remained apprehensive, and didn't feel safe. At midnight the old man came to where Zhong was sitting and asked, "How old is your wife?" Zhong told him that he was a widower. Fang happily replied, "I've got an idea that might help." Zhong asked what he meant, and the old man explained, "My elder sister married a Buddhist monk, who went to live in a monastery in the mountains south of here. Elder sister then passed away. That left her daughter, who's extremely gifted, an orphan, with the family's servants to raise her. So how about if you marry her?" Zhong was happy to take the deist's advice, and hoped his nearest relatives would allow him to carry out the scheme, remarking, "I sincerely trust you. But while I, the guilty party, am far away, I'm greatly afraid I might bring my father-in-law trouble." "This will be your plan," Fang replied. "My brother-in-law's magical power is quite godlike, so for a long time he hasn't participated in human affairs. After you get married, my niece will strategize with you, and you'll surely find an answer to your problems." Zhong was overjoyed that he would be marrying into this family. The girl turned out to be 16, and stunningly beautiful beyond compare. Zhong thought her perfect, responding to the sight of her with a sigh. "I know I'm rather homely," the girl told him, "so why are you frightening me with your disapproving stare?" Zhong replied in apology, "You're a goddess, miss, and it's fortunate indeed that we're to be married. But there's disaster following me, and I'm afraid it's going to ruin everything." Hence he told her about what had happened. "My uncle's such a villain," the girl answered reproachfully. "This is a terrible calamity, and he arranged for this marriage without telling me the truth, so now I've fallen into his trap." Zhong knelt before her and declared, "The truth is that I pled with him, feeling I was doomed, and though your uncle felt pity for me, he didn't know what approach to take, but knew you could rescue a dead man. I'm honestly not sufficiently worthy to make this an advantageous marriage, but at least my family won't disgrace you. If I can just survive this catastrophe, I'll make the best offerings I can to you every day." Since the matter has already progressed this far, the girl cheerily responded, "How could I possibly take my leave of my husband? Yet my father became a monk, and has already purged his feelings of love for his children. However, I'll go along with you to beg him, and I'd guess that the setbacks we'll experience won't be easy to bear." One night, when they couldn't sleep, they took a thick silk blanket and made cushions for their knees that they wore secretly under their clothes. Then they called for a sedan chair, and travelled more than 10 li into the mountains to the south. The mountain path became so twisty and dangerous that they couldn't ride in it any further. As she climbed down from the sedan chair, the girl took a treacherous misstep and Zhong had to pull her back by the arm and help her up. Then they began to proceed with difficulty up the rise. They hadn't gone far when they sighted the mountain pass, so they both sat down to take a little rest. The girl was breathing hard, sweating so heavily that her makeup started running. Zhong noticed this, and out of concern that she couldn't bear the climbing, declared, "This is my business, so I should send you back before you're harmed by this hardship." "I'm afraid this isn't even the painful part yet," the girl replied sorrowfully. They revived a bit from their weariness, and were just about to enter a monastery, so they paid obeisance to the Buddha and then proceeded. The winding entrance led to the meditation room, where they saw an old monk sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed, and a boy with a duster in hand serving him. He was sweeping the abbot's chamber bright and clean. Spread before them were pebbles as numerous as the stars in constellations. The girl didn't dare move, so she kneeled right on top of them. Zhong echoed her actions. The monk opened his eyes and looked up at them, then closed them again and left them shut. "For a long time I wasn't sure I should visit," the girl reverentially remarked, "but now that I'm married, I've brought your son-in-law to meet you." Quite some time passed till the monk opened his eyes to look at them and remarked, "This girl can be so demanding." He didn't say anything further. The couple knelt there for a good long while, till their strength was almost exhausted, the pebbles feeling like they were pressing into their bones, and they couldn't support themselves any longer due to the pain. Moments later, the monk spoke, "Has a mule arrived yet?" "No, it hasn't," replied the girl. "The couple should leave, then, and hurry away before it arrives." The two kowtowed respectfully, then stood up rather unsteadily and left. Thus they returned home in compliance with the monk's advice, though they didn't understand his reasoning, so they concealed themselves and kept their ears open. A few days passed, according to local legend, and then the guilty party was arrested, to bring things to a close. The couple were hiding together inside their home. Before long, the boy they'd seen in the mountains arrived, took a length of bamboo that had been cut, and handed it to Zhong, saying, "This thing will endure the sentence for you." Then he urged the scholar to bury it and to present appropriate burial offerings for it, in order to be free of the enmity of the bamboo trees. Zhong watched, and where the bamboo had been cut, there were bloodstains. Then he spoke blessings over it, and buried it. The couple didn't dare stay there any longer, and thus returned home to Liaoyang by night. Underscore 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 un. Liaoyang, also located in Liaoning Province. 300 The ghost wife. Nai Penjiun, from Tian, got along perfectly with his wife, living with her in conjugal harmony. Then his wife fell ill and died. Nai became anxiety-ridden and preoccupied with sad thoughts, restless due to losing her. One night as he sat alone, his wife suddenly forced the door open and entered. Nai cried in terror, "How have you come back?" "I'm already a ghost," she replied with a smile. "I felt your mourning, and I've supplicated the Hell King to be allowed to speak and rendezvous with my beloved." Elated, Nai carried her to their bed and slept with her, as though things were just the same as ever. Afterwards, they met regularly like this until a year had elapsed. Nai refused to speak about remarrying. His uncles and brothers kept telling him that his feelings for the dead wife would prevent him from producing children to carry on the family name, and that it was selfish of him to be that way, so they urged him to remarry to produce heirs. Nai took their advice and betrothed a woman from a good family. But he was afraid that his dead wife wouldn't be happy about it, so he kept it secret. Before long, the appointed wedding day was approaching. The ghost knew what Nai had in mind, so she appeared and reproached him, "I've been faithful to you, risking censure in the underworld, now I find that you're no longer faithful to me till death, so what kind of love is that?" Nai explained his reasoning as a matter of family loyalty. The unhappy ghost refused to hear any more and departed. Underscore 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 un. Tian, the city located near Mt Tai, in Shandong province. Even though Nai sympathized with her, he went ahead with his plans. The couple was married that night, and while they were both asleep, the ghost suddenly entered their room, approached the bed and began beating the new wife, derisively shouting, "What do you think you're doing in my bed?" Nai's bride jumped up, trying to fend her off while resisting the blows. Afraid, the naked Nai crouched down, not daring to choose a side and offer assistance. Soon a rooster crowed, and the ghost vanished. The new wife began to suspect that Nai's wife wasn't really dead, so she accused him of tricking her and said she wanted to hang herself. Nai then told her everything, so his bride began to realize that the wife was a ghost. The ghost appeared again at dusk that day. The new wife cowered in fear. The ghost wife didn't attempt to sleep with Nai, instead pinching his skin and flesh with her fingers. When she finished, her eyes were shining with anger as she stared at him, discontentedly, in silence. This continued for several nights. Nai was a nervous wreck. He went to a village to consult a skilled magician, who whittled some small stakes from peachwood which he then pounded into the four corners of the wife's grave, and her strange visitations finally came to an end. 301 General Huang. When Pacifier of the South Huang Digong was still a young man on his way up, he was traveling to the capital with two scholars, who'd passed the provincial level of the civil service examination, when they ran into boisterous bandits on the road. The scholars were terribly frightened and went down on their knees, begging the robbers to take their money. Huang became infuriated, and asserting that he wasn't just some little pawn, with his hands he grasped a mule by two of its legs, swung the beast up, and flung it at them. The thieves had no way to defend themselves against it, so it toppled both the men and their horses. Huang punched them and broke the bandits' arms, then the outlaws collected themselves and searched for ways to escape. The scholars were so impressed with Huang's valor that they gave him money and persuaded him to join the army, and after repeatedly demonstrating rare merit, he was promoted to the rank of general. There was a certain bold and powerful fellow from Shaanxi who'd always respected the pugilist's art, so he spent everything he had on learning how to box. Underscore 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 un. Pacifier of the South, Huang Digong, 1594–1645, whose courtesy name was Hushan, came from Liaoning province. The loyal Huang, CLU 277, was given the title Pacifier of the South, Jingnan, in 1644 for meritorious service in suppressing a peasant rebellion, Zhu 2:1043-1. As he was passing through Zhongzhou, he fought with a Shaolin disciple who was humiliated by his failure to defeat the man from Shaanxi, so the disciple angrily told his master about it. They decided to set up a banquet and invite the Shaanxi man, for then they'd be able to gang up on him. After he arrived, they first served an infusion of tea and fruit. There were some walnuts that were still in their shells, but they proved too hard to crack and eat. The Shaanxi man placed them near the edge of the table, then extending his fingers over the nuts, he struck them with his hands, splitting all of them. This so astonished everyone in the temple that they treated him with great courtesy and backed away from him. underscore 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 un. Zhongzhou, located in modern Henan province. 302 The statesman who served 3 emperors. There was a certain grand secretary who'd been a Ming administrator. He'd surrendered to the roving rebels, which earned him a reproachful attitude from public opinion. When he grew old, he retired from official life to return to his home village, where he enjoyed the completion of a hall that he'd had built, and once it was finished, several people came to visit and stayed there overnight. At daybreak, they saw a plaque on the hall that read, "The statesman who served 3 emperors." Beside it was a couplet reading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, /filial, fraternal, loyal, trustworthy, courteous, righteous, and honest. They had no idea when it had been hung up there. It was strange, and they didn't understand what it meant. Someone conjectured, the first line hides a missing 8, and the second hides no disgrace. Underscore 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 un. Grand Secretary, a position of great power, assisting the emperor with paperwork and tutoring the heir apparent, assigned to a specific hall in the imperial palace, Hucker 466-7. Ming administrator, that is, an administrator during the Ming dynasty, 1368-1644. Missing 8. No disgrace. The interpreter of this punning put-down construes the first line to be Wang Ba, missing an 8, which sounds like Wangba, or tortoise, an all-purpose insulting epithet. The second line's list of positive qualities, proposes the interpreter, is missing Wu Qi, no disgrace, which also sounds like Wuki, shameless. Military Commissioner Hong was traveling south, returning from battle in triumph. When he arrived at Jinling, he held a memorial ceremony for the officers and men who had died in action. An old parasite came to see him, and after the old fellow had finished kowtowing, he wanted to present Hong with a piece of writing. Hong, who had long before grown tired of literary matters, refused to accept it, on the excuse that he was dim-sighted. The man insisted, "Then I'll just trouble you to sit and listen to me, allowing me to read this out." Accordingly, he reached into his sleeve, took out the scroll, and in full voice began reading it aloud, revealing that it was an imperial proclamation, written by the Ming Emperor Zizong, memorializing Hong's dedicated willingness to die for his sovereign. When he finished reading, the man broke into loud sobbing and walked away. Underscore 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 un. Military Commissioner Hong, Hong Chengzhou, 1593-1665, defected to the Manchu cause near the end of the Ming dynasty and helped to institute the Qing version of Ming bureaucratic structures. See Zhu 2:1045-6 and 4. Jinling, modern Nanjing, in Jiangsu province. Old parasite, drawing on the traditional terms Mengziake, a parasitic guest, and Sheik, a person who sponges off an aristocrat. Emperor Zizong, ruler from 1620 to 1627, during an early phase in Hong's career. As in the previous example, Pu portrays Hong here as a betrayer who served the Ming dynasty before defecting to the Manchus. 303 The healing art. There was a poor man from Yi named Zhang. While traveling, he met a deist, a skilled physiognomist, who looked at Zhang and said, "You should train in some craft that'll make you rich." "Then what should I study?" asked Zhang. The deist gave it some thought, and replied, "You could be a doctor." "I only know how to read the simplest words," said Zhang, "so alas, what could I possibly learn?" The deist laughed and exclaimed, "That's beside the point. What famous doctor has to read a bunch of words? Just get on with it." Returning home poor and unemployed, Zhang turned to gathering ingredients for folk medicine, then took them to the market district, where he found a spot to set up a little vendor's stall, and displayed a case divided into sections like the cells of a hive to hold the medicine, bartering his folk remedies for grain, which people thought not at all unusual. There was a prefectural chief in Qingzhou who fell ill with a severe cough, so official solicitations were issued, calling for doctors to come, and since he was rather secluded in the mountains, there were few doctors working there. The district magistrate feared the consequences if they couldn't find anyone to treat the chief, so he sent a lower-ranking official to see who might be recommended. As a result, Zhang was nominated. The magistrate ordered him to answer the summons immediately. Underscore 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 un. Yi, the city of Linyi in modern Shandong province. Qingzhou, in modern Shandong's Yudou County. Zhang had developed a cough and congestion, and couldn't even cure himself, so he was really scared when he heard the magistrate's order, and firmly declined. The magistrate, who wouldn't hear of this, sent servants to deliver Zhang to the prefectural chief. Their route took them deep into the mountains, and as Zhang became thirsty, he started coughing with increasing frequency. When they entered a village, he asked for some water, but the price of the mountain water there was like that of fine liquor, and it was of such a quality that it was in demand everywhere, so there wasn't any to give him. Zhang saw a woman rinsing some edible wild herbs, and the liquid dripping off the herbs into a vessel was as viscous as saliva. Zhang was unbearably parched, so he asked her if he might have the rinse water to drink. Instantly, his thirst was relieved, and his coughing also stopped suddenly. To himself, he thought, this might make a very effective prescription. When they arrived in Qingzhou, the whole town was filled with doctors who'd already prescribed their cures, but the prefectural chief still hadn't recovered at all from his illness. Zhang entered and sought a private audience with the chief, then made a point of taking out his medicine so everyone could see it, showing it all around. They dispatched people to go gather all the requisite herbs, then Zhang explained how to collect the rinsings from the herbs, and had this administered to the prefectural chief. With just one dose, his condition was already improved. Very pleased, the chief rewarded Zhang quite generously, including a banner inscribed with golden letters. Henceforward, Zhang's reputation was widely circulated, and it was often like a bustling marketplace at his gate, yet he made his prescriptions smoothly, and without exception they were all effective. There happened to be a person who was ill with a fever, so when Zhang was told what the problem was, he provided a prescription for it. But because he was drunk at the time, he made a mistake in the prescription he gave to treat the fever. When he sobered up and realized what he'd done, he didn't dare tell anyone. 3 days later, a grand celebration was held at his gate to express gratitude, and when he asked about it, he was told that the fever patient began vomiting copiously, but then recovered after that purging. There were many cases of similar success. Zhang consequently became wealthy even though he never held public office, and his reputation continued to grow and grow, with his treatment fees increasing correspondingly, to the point that unless a carriage was sent to pick him up, he wouldn't agree to go visit a patient. In Yudou, there was an old man named Han who was a renowned doctor. Even when he wasn't yet a notable person, he sold his medicinal remedies everywhere. One day at dusk he found he didn't have a place to lodge overnight, so he stayed with a family whose son had a fever and was on the brink of death, and they begged the doctor to do something to cure him. Han thought that it was improper for him not to do something to cure the son before leaving, but he was in a quandary about what medicine would be effective. Back and forth the illness went, and as Han rubbed his hand over his own skin, he found the sweat on it forming a kind of muddy substance, that could be rolled between the fingers like a pellet. Suddenly he thought that this might be just the thing for a placebo, since it wouldn't be harmful and endanger the boy. He planned that after administering it, the boy wouldn't yet be recovered, but he'd be relaxed enough by then to sleep and eat his fill. Then Han might take his leave safely. At midnight, Han's host began pounding on the door of his guest's room, in a great agitation. Fearing that the son was dead, and afraid of being disgraced, Han jumped up in fright, climbed over the man's wall, and fled in haste. The father chased him for several li, until Han had nowhere else to run, and finally stopped. Then he learned that the son had sweated out the last of the disease, and hence had recovered. The man drew Han back home with him, where he entertained him with a grandly abundant banquet, and before he departed, he was given generous presents. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. 304. The louse stalks up. There was a certain villager who happened to be sitting under a tree when he picked up a louse, wrapped it up in a small piece of paper, then stuffed it into a hole in the tree and left. 2 or 3 years later, he was passing by there again and suddenly remembered the louse, so he looked in the hole, and the paper containing the louse was still there. He opened out the paper and examined it, discovering the louse had shrunken as small as a grain of wheat. The villager placed it in his palm, and instantly his palm felt strangely itchy, while the louse's stomach appeared to be filling gradually. The villager put the louse down and went home. The itchy place enlarged to the size of a fruit pit, swelling painfully for several days, and then he died. 305. Dreaming of wolves. An old man named Bai lived in Zhili. His eldest son, Jie, had begun a career as an official in the southern regions of the country, and for 2 years there had been no news concerning him. Coincidentally, a distant relative named Ding decided to pay him a visit, and the old man welcomed him. Ding often worked as a wuchang. While they were chatting, old Bai asked him about matters in the underworld, and Ding described what seemed like imaginary experiences there. The old man put no credence in his words, simply smirking slightly at him. A few days later, Bai was lying down, when he saw Ding appear and invite the old man to come with him. He followed Ding until they approached a wall in front of some towers. Some moments passed, and Ding pointed to the gate, remarking, "This is your nephew's home." At the time, the son of Bai's elder sister was a magistrate in Shaanxi, so the old man, surprised, asked, "How can this be his home?" "If you won't take my word for it," Ding replied, "go inside, and then you'll find out." Old Bai entered the gate and consequently spotted his nephew, dressed in his embroidered official's robes, sitting at the head of a hall, with many ranks of men around him, bearing halberds and banners, so no one could get through to him. Underscore 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 un. Zhili, located in modern Hebei province. Wuchang, a Chinese grim reaper, who collects the ghosts of the dead and conducts them to the underworld. Ding pulled the old man back outside and told him, "Your son's government office isn't far from here, would you like to see it?" Bai said he would. Instantly, they arrived at a mansion, where Ding said, "Go on in." Bai peered inside the gate, where he saw a wolf blocking the way, and was terribly frightened, so he didn't dare go any closer. "Just go on in," Ding said again. When he entered the gate, Bai saw that at the front and the back of the hall, sitting and lying down, there were wolves everywhere. Then he spotted a stack of human bones, piled up like a hill on the building's steps, and became even more scared. Ding subsequently guided the old man past them. Bai's son, Jie, came out to greet them, and was elated to see his father with Ding. Soon they sat down, and Jie called for them to be served with an array of meats and vegetables. Suddenly a giant wolf entered, carrying a dead man in its mouth. Old Bai was trembling as he cautiously stood up and asked, "What's it doing with that?" "It's just taking it to the kitchen, to be prepared," Jie explained. The old man urged him to stop it. He felt his heart racing with apprehension and took his leave, wanting to get out of there, but the pack of wolves blocked his way. Faced with this dilemma, Old Bai had no idea what to do, when suddenly he saw all the wolves confusedly howl in fear, some fleeing under beds, and others hiding beneath tables. It startled him, since he didn't understand why they were doing it. Presently, 2 armored warriors with angry eyes rushed in and took out black ropes, with which they tied up Bai Jie. Jie flung himself to the ground and changed into a tiger, the gnashing of its teeth echoing in the surrounding mountain peaks. One of the warriors drew his sharpened sword, wanting to cut off Jie's head. The other warrior exclaimed, "Not now, not now, this business has to wait until the 4th lunar month next year, so it'd be best for the time being just to knock its teeth out." Then he took out an enormous hammer and smashed the tiger's fangs, so the shattered bits fell out all over the ground. The tiger roared ferociously, the sound shaking the mountains like they were under attack. Old Bai was so terrified that he suddenly woke up, realizing that he'd been dreaming. He felt strange about it, so he sent someone to invite Ding to visit, but Ding declined, saying he couldn't come just then. The elder Bai kept thinking about his dream, and decided to send his second son to pay Jia a visit, taking with him a letter of dire warning from Bai. After arriving, the son saw his elder brother's front teeth were missing. Shocked, he asked about it, and Jia explained that he'd fallen off his horse while drunk and broken them out. The younger brother asked him when the accident had taken place, and it turned out to be precisely on the day when his father had experienced his dream. The second son felt even more startled. He then took out the letter from their father. As Jia read it, he turned pale, and after a time, remarked, "This daydream just happened to coincide with what happened, so it's not really all that strange." At that time, he was bribing an official who accordingly gave him a preferential recommendation, which is why he didn't take his father's weird dream seriously. In the few days that the younger brother was staying with Jie, he witnessed corrupt figures of all sorts filling the halls, accepting his brother's bribes and illicit lobbying ceaselessly throughout the night, causing his tears began to fall as he warned him to stop. "Brother, you live your days in a thatched cottage," replied Jie, "and hence you have no idea about the secrets to success in becoming an official. Demotion and promotion depend upon connections, on your superiors, not on the common people. If your superiors are happy with you, you're a good official. If you love the common people, how can you make your superiors happy?" The younger brother realized it would do no good to advise him to stop, so he returned home and told their father. Old Bai wept piteously upon hearing about it. There was nothing he could do except to donate his home for the benefit of the poor, and to supplicate the gods daily, praying that his wayward son's actions wouldn't burden his wife and children. The following year, the announcement came that Jia had been recommended for an official's position, and people came to his father's home to congratulate him. Old Bai merely sighed, took to his bed as though he was ill, and wouldn't come out. Soon afterwards, he heard that while on the way home, his son had been set upon by bandits, so that both master and servants were killed. The old man then got up and told someone, "The spirits were angry, and hence they've taken his life, but since they've also preserved my family, I can't say they were ungenerous to me." Then he burned some incense to express his gratitude. To try to console him, everyone told Bai that maybe it was just a false rumor, yet the old man firmly believed it without a doubt, and that very day started construction of a tomb. But in fact, Jia wasn't dead. Previously, in April, Bai Jia had resigned his position and was just leaving the area when he encountered the bandits, thus he poured out all his possessions, offering them to the thieves. They all cried, "We've been waiting for you to arrive, so we could express the anger of the people over the wrongs you've done. No one wants this stuff." Then they proceeded to chop off his head. Next they asked Jia's servants, "There's a man named Si Dachan among you, so which one of you is he?" Si had been Jia's trusted subordinate, and had helped Jia perpetuate his tyrannical abuse of the people. The servants all pointed out Si. Then the bandits killed him, too. They also found 4 other corrupt individuals with whom Jia had collected huge sums, and whom he'd been on the verge of introducing into the capital. Once the bandits finished killing them, and searching through Jia's things, they divided his money into bags, then grabbed their horses and rode away. Jia's spirit hid along the side the road, and when a district magistrate passing by saw the corpse, he asked, "Who's that man who's been killed there?" "That's Bai, the county magistrate," the spirit replied testily. The district magistrate remarked, "Then this is old Bai's son, and it isn't right that the old man should see this savage spectacle, so we should put his head back on." There was a man who picked up Jia's head and put it back on his body, declaring, "An evil man shouldn't have his head facing straight forward, but it's okay if his chin is turned to rest on his shoulder." Then he left. Moments later, Jia returned to life. His wife had traveled there to retrieve his corpse, and when she saw that he was breathing, she took him away with her. She patiently poured out some water, then helped him drink. However, they had to interrupt their travel by staying at the residences of various officials, since they had no money to return home immediately. 6 months later, old Bai, receiving reliable information that Jia was alive, dispatched his second son to find him and bring him home. Although Jia had indeed been returned to life, he couldn't turn his head to see what was behind him, and he was soon forgotten by people. Old Bai's sister had a son who was an official with a reputation for effective administration, and within a year, he was raised to the position of imperial censor. So all of these things were foretold in the old man's dream. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "I have to sigh because there are tiger officials and wolf magistrates everywhere. Even if officials don't behave like tigers, magistrates who behave like wolves force them through circumstances to become like tigers." This man was doomed because he couldn't turn around to see the wrongs he'd done, hence after he returned to life, he was forced to look back as the spirit's way of teaching him a lesson. Jinshi Li Kuangju, from Zuping, held a government office and had a reputation for being quite honest. Some rich people were continually being intimidated by one of Li's servants, who warned them, "Since the Jinshi asked you to give him 200 taels, you'd better hurry and do it, otherwise you'll be in trouble." The rich people were startled, so they proposed giving the servant half of what they'd been asked. The servant then waved his hands at them and said he couldn't possibly accept it. The rich people moaned and groaned till the servant told them, "I'll do everything within my power on your behalf, but I'm afraid he won't agree to that amount. If you'll wait and let me look for the appropriate time, you'll see with your own eyes that I'll speak plainly with him about your request, to see whether he'll grant it or not, and then you can also witness me asking him why not if he refuses to do so." Shortly thereafter, Li set aside the work he'd been doing. The servant knew that Li had given up smoking, so he approached him and asked, "Would you like me to fix you a smoke?" Li adamantly shook his head. The servant then hurried over to the others and quietly said, "Did you see that when I gave him your message, official Li shook his head no about accepting your bribe?" The rich people believed him and were worried, so they promised him the amount he'd demanded before. The servant knew that Li loved his tea, so he approached him and asked, "Should I fix you some tea?" Li's chin nodded affirmatively. The servant brewed the tea and then hurried over to the others, declaring, "He's agreed." Did you see him nod his head? Consequently, when the official had finished with what he was working on, the rich people gathered together their resources and gave the servant the bribe intended for Li, each of them offering their gratitude in taels. Underscore 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 un. Jinshi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. Zuping, a country located in modern Shandong province. Alas! Official Li was himself incorruptible, and he'd have filled the streets with the sound of condemning this man's greediness, for this servant was a wolf, but the official knew nothing about it. This is the way the world is more and more, and to hold public office, one must be prepared to look in the mirror. There was a county magistrate named Master Yang whose unyielding personality seemed to stick in people's throats like a fishbone, and anyone who stirred up his anger would definitely die for it. He was especially vicious towards all manner of servants, as he refused to forgive even their minor offences. Whenever Yang sat in his strict severity in the court hall, the petty officials there wouldn't dare even to cough. During those times, if a servant suggested something to him, Yang would surely do just the opposite. It happened that there was a person from Yang's county who'd been convicted of a serious crime, and he was afraid of being executed. A court clerk accepted a heavy bribe from him to intercede on his behalf. The prisoner didn't trust him, so he told him, "What I'm reluctant to offer you now, I'll reward you with afterwards." Thus he was able to compel the clerk to work on his behalf. In a short while, Yang looked into his case. The prisoner refused to confess his guilt. The clerk, standing at the magistrate's side, scolded the man, "If you don't tell the truth quickly, His Excellency will have you shackled, handcuffed, and executed." "How do you know I intend to shackle and handcuff him?" demanded the angry magistrate. "I think his bribe must not have reached me." Accordingly, he punished the clerk and released the prisoner. The man then took 100 taels and offered them to the magistrate. We should realize that there are many ways in which such wolves can cheat us, and that if we're careless even just a bit, they will take advantage of us. These kinds of men maltreat us maliciously and insidiously, so much so that they can destroy our entire families. I don't know what it is that holding public office does to their insides, causing these bogeymen to feed insistently on their rulers' subjects. 306 Glowing in the dark. There was a trader who was traveling by water in the South China Sea. Sometime during the third watch, his boat was illuminated by a great brilliance, like the sun at dawn. He got up to take a look, and saw an enormous thing, with half of its body sticking out of the water, as majestic as a lofty mountain. Its eyes were like two rising suns, whose brilliant rays radiated in all directions, as though lighting the entire world. Astonished, he asked the boatman what it was, but truly, he had no idea. They both hid themselves and continued watching. In moments, the thing started gradually sinking back into the water, and then the area grew dark again. After they reached Minzong, the people were all talking about one night when there had been a glowing in the dark that later returned to darkness, and were spreading word of this strange phenomenon until it was becoming part of local legends. When the trader and the boatman calculated the time of its appearance, they discovered that it had been the night when they had spotted the giant thing. Underscore 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 un. Third watch, the third of the 5 traditional 2-hour divisions of the night, approximately 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Minzong, located in modern Fujian province. 307 Summer snow. On the 6th day of the 7th lunar month, in the year 1707, a great snow began falling on Suzhou. The common people there were panic-stricken, and together they all began praying at the temple of the 4 golden dragon kings. The dragon kings suddenly possessed the body of a man and said, "From now on when you call on the dragon lords, always add the word great. Do you think we're so small that we don't merit the word great?" The crowd was terrified, but as soon as everyone cried out to the great lords, the snowfall immediately stopped. Thenceforward it was noted that the deities liked to receive compliments, being most generous in their rewards to those people who flattered them best. The collector of these strange tales remarks, social conventions change, with underlings flattering more to feed the conceited pride of those above them. By the 40th year of Kangxi's reign, even the manner of addressing others has changed from traditional custom. A Juran was called uncle 20 years ago, a Jinchi was called lord, 30 years ago, a provincial governor was called great lord, only 25 years ago. In the past, if a district magistrate happened to meet a county governor, he would refer to him as his senior officer. Now this practice has been abandoned. Even a respectable scholar will offer compliments and lavish flattery, and no one thinks it strange. In recent years, the wife of a retired officer has become referred to as Your Ladyship. In the past, such a title of respect was reserved for the mother of the retired officer. You'd never see such excesses except in the realm of fiction. underscore 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 un. Suzhou, a city located in modern Jiangsu province. Kangxi, the Qing emperor who ruled 1662 to 1722. Juren, a successful candidate in the provincial level of the Imperial Civil Service Examination. Jinshi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the Imperial Civil Service Examination. In the Tang dynasty, the emperor wanted to confer the title Great Scholar on Zhang Shuo. Zhang refused and declared, "A scholar never presumes to call himself great, so I wouldn't dare do so." Do those who are called great today truly possess greatness? Originally, it was just a term used by villainous individuals to flatter someone, but because it pleased arrogant, wealthy men, and they claimed not to be suspicious about it, one after another, the entire world followed suit. At this rate, I imagine that in a few years, uncle will be lord, and won't great have to be added to lord. That's just unbelievable. On the third day of the 6th lunar month, in the year 1707, at Guidefu, in Henan, a big storm of snow fell over a chi deep, freezing and killing all the grain in the fields, and it was a pity that the people didn't know who to try to flatter into doing something about it, since the Dragon Lord's magic later proved successful. How sad! Underscore 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 un. Tang Dynasty, Imperial Dynasty spanning 618 to 907 CE. Zhang Shuo, Zhang, 667 to 730, whose courtesy name was Daiji, initially established himself as a plain-speaking person while serving as an assistant minister in the Ministry of War, Siju, 2:1058-12. Guidefu, the city of Shangqiu in modern Henan. Qi, measure equal to 1/3 meter. 308 becoming a boy. In the Muda district outside Suzhou, a girl was sitting in her family's courtyard one night, when suddenly a fragment of comet fell from the sky and struck her in the skull, knocking her to the ground, dead. Her elderly parents had no children but this daughter, so they screamed in alarm for someone to save her. In moments, she began to revive, and with a smile, declared, "I've now become a boy." When they examined her private parts, they discovered she had, indeed, been transformed. Her family didn't take her for some kind of demon, but were instead secretly pleased that she'd become a son. This incident took place in the year 1707. Underscore 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 un. Mudu. Suzhou, Mudu is located in the southwest suburbs of Suzhou, a city in modern Jiangsu province. 309 The Warrior Bird. There was a certain monastery at Tianjin, where storks were nesting beneath the roof ridge. A snake as big as a basin was hidden at a point near the hall ceiling, and every time some of the fledglings began growing feathers and moving around, the snake would come out and swallow them whole. After crying mournfully for several days, the storks then would leave. Things went on this way for 3 years, till people began to expect that this time the storks wouldn't be coming back, but then the following year they nested there again, just like before. About the time that the fledglings had grown large enough to move around, the adults flew away, and then returned 3 days later. In the nests they squawked and chirped, feeding their young just as they previously had been doing. The snake then began slithering towards them. Just as it drew near the nest, the adult storks became agitated and with a mournful call, quickly flew straight up into the sky. Instantly, there came the sound of the wind roaring, and in a twinkling, heaven and earth grew dark. In astonishment, everyone watched as an enormous bird, blocking out the sky and sun, swooped down out of the sky as swiftly as a blustery rainstorm, striking the snake with its talons, ripping its head off, and in the process knocking off a piece several chi long from the corner of the hall's roof, before flapping its wings and flying off. The storks followed along in its wake, as though they were seeing it off. Underscore 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 un. Tianjin, one of China's largest cities, located centrally in the province of the same name, along China's eastern seaboard. The nest then fell down, with the two fledglings inside both spilling out, one alive and one dead. A monk picked up the survivor, and gave it a place in the bell tower. Before long, the storks returned, fed the fledgling as before, and then once its wings were sufficiently grown, they all flew away. The collector of these strange tales remarks, the year following their trials, the storks unexpectedly faced disaster again. For 3 years they didn't move their nest, and then they figured out a way to take revenge. When they didn't return for 3 days, it was because they were evidently begging in tearful desperation for help. The huge bird was clearly a martial hero of the avian world, arriving with a violent wind, making a single strike, and then flying away. So what swordsman of great skill could possibly have done more than this? There was a battalion soldier in Jinan who saw a stork flying overhead, so he shot at it, and the bird fell to the ground at the snap of his bowstring. It happened to be carrying a fish in its mouth that it had been about to feed to its offspring. Others who were present advised the soldier to pull the arrow out of the stork and release it, but he wouldn't listen to them. In a short while, with the arrow still stuck in it, the stork flew away. After leaving, it arrived at the outer wall of the city, where it lived for 2 years, while the arrow remained in its body. One day, the soldier was sitting beneath the outer gate of a government office when the stork passed overhead, and the arrow suddenly fell to the ground. The soldier picked it up, scrutinized it, and wondered aloud, "Is this arrow really still intact?" His ear immediately started to itch, so he scratched at it with the tip of the arrow. Underscore 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 un. Chi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. Jinan, the capital of Shandong province. Suddenly, a great wind smashed the gate, instantly slamming it shut and driving the arrow through the soldier's brain, killing him. 310 The geese. In Tianjin, there was a huntsman who captured a goose. The goose's mate followed him home, hovering overhead while honking mournfully, and kept it up until sunset, before leaving. The next day, when the huntsman went out early, the male goose was already there, honking as it flew, following him. Subsequently, it alighted at his feet. The huntsman was just about to seize it. Then as he watched, it stretched its neck, and with a simple movement of its head, it spit out half an ingot of gold. The huntsman comprehended what it meant, noting, "This is supposed to ransom your mate." Accordingly, he released the female goose. The two birds lingered there, as though conducting a tearfully joyful reunion, and then the pair flew off together. The huntsman weighed the gold, discovering to it be worth 2 6/10 taels. Alas! Birds may not know much, but they understand passionate feelings like these. Of all sorrows, none is greater in life than being apart from others, so didn't the goose also understand this? Underscore 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 un. Tianjin, a port located near Beijing on the eastern seaboard of China. 311 The elephant. In Guangdong, there was a hunter who carried his bow and arrows with him into the mountains. It happened that when he laid down to rest for a bit, he didn't feel himself drifting off to sleep, and thus an elephant came along, lifted him up with its trunk, and then left. The hunter was convinced that he would surely be horribly injured or killed. Before long, the elephant set him down under a tree, then kowtowed and trumpeted, summoning a herd of many elephants that circled around them on all sides, as if they were there to solicit something from him. The first elephant prostrated itself under the tree, raised its head to look up at it, and then lowered its head again, as though indicating it wanted the hunter to climb the tree. The hunter understood, climbed onto the elephant's back, and then clambered up the tree. When he came to the top of it, he didn't know what the elephant intended for him to do next. Moments later, a lion arrived, and the entire herd of elephants prostrated themselves. The lion selected a fat one, indicating that it intended to devour it. The elephants all trembled, not daring to try running away, but merely looked up at the hunter in the tree, like they were imploring him to take pity and save them. The hunter understood, so he aimed his bow at the lion and shot it dead. All of the elephants looked skyward at him, and began doing obeisance to him. The hunter then climbed down, and the first elephant again laid down before him, then began tugging at his clothing with its trunk, like it wanted him to ride it. The hunter complied, and once he'd straddled the top of its body, the elephant started walking. When it came to a particular spot, it raised its foot and stamped a hole in the ground, where the hunter discovered a vast cache of ivory. The hunter climbed down, then bound the ivory together, and placed it on the elephant's back. The elephant accordingly carried him on its back away from the mountains, returning him from whence he'd come. 312 Carrying a corpse. A woodcutter who had been to the marketplace was toting his remaining wood home, using a shoulder pole, when suddenly he felt the weight of his wood grow much heavier on his back. When he turned around to look, he saw a headless body fastened there, hanging down. Terrified, he grabbed a piece of wood and frantically struck at the body, but then it vanished. In shock, he hurried on till he arrived at a village, and since by that time it was already dusk, several men had lit torches to illuminate the area, as though they were looking for something. When he approached and inquired about what was happening, he learned that the group had been sitting around together there when all of a sudden a human head fell from the sky, its beard and hair all disheveled, and then immediately disappeared. The woodcutter also described what he'd seen, so that altogether, their mutual experiences pointed to the same man, and though they tried to get to the bottom of the matter, they couldn't understand what had happened. Afterwards, a man carrying a basket walked by, and as they suddenly glanced inside, there was a human head in it, so in astonishment they asked what was going on in his basket, and he became so horrified that he dumped the head out on the ground, but when they went to look at it, it was no longer there. 313 The Purple Lotus Buddhist. Scholar Ding Yehe, from Zukan, was an official's grandson. He'd gained a reputation for scholarship while a young man, but then succumbed to an illness and died, though the following evening he came back to life and declared, "Now I understand the principles of Buddhism." At the time, there was a monk who was an accomplished practitioner of certain esoteric doctrines, thus Ding sent a messenger to invite the monk to his home, then had him come to his bedside, so they could discuss the Ragama Sutra. Ding listened carefully to the monk's commentary on each part, but all of his words seemed somehow inadequate, so Ding remarked, "Something enabled me to recover from my illness, to demonstrate the potential of the Buddhist principles. There must be some scholar who can cure my illness, so please find him." Underscore 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 un. The Purple Lotus Buddhist. As a traditional Buddhist icon, the 8 petals of the lotus signify the Noble Eightfold Path to Nirvana, correctness of views and freedom from delusion, correct intentions and thoughts, correct speech, correct conduct in order to dwell in purity, correct livelihood, correct zeal, and correct meditation. Sudhil and Hadis 37. Eberhard notes the symbolic association of purple with both heaven and the emperor. 242. Ding Yehe, born Ding Yaokang, Ding Yehe, courtesy name, Zishan, was a Zhuzheng, or successful candidate in the lowest level of the imperial civil service examination, during the Ming dynasty and went on to a succession of official appointments in the early years of the Qing dynasty, Zhu 2:1065-2. Zukan, a county in Shandong province. Indeed, there was a certain scholar who was a master of the principles of medicine, but had never actually practiced them, and after he'd been invited 3 times, he finally agreed to come to Ding's home, where he wrote out a prescription for medicine that led to Ding's apparent recovery from his illness. Afterwards, as the scholar planned to return home, a woman came in from outside, and announced to him, "I'm attached to a high official's office." The Purple Lotus Buddhist had a long-standing dispute with him, and now that the official's been assigned his punishment, are you really going to return to try to save him? If you go back there again, it may mean the end of you. When she finished speaking, she disappeared. The scholar of medicine was frightened, and took his leave of Ding. Ding's illness returned, so he urgently invited the scholar to come again, and the scholar then told him the truth of everything. Ding sighed and said, "I must have generated sinful karma in a previous life, and that's why I have to die now." When his servants examined him, they found he was dead. Afterwards, they began looking everywhere, and discovered that there had been a Purple Lotus Buddhist, an eminent monk, who had been supported by, and lived with, a high official's family in Qingzhou, but no one knew anything about a dispute or any reasons for it. Underscore 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 un. The Ragama Sutra. For Pu's purposes, the significance of this sutra is perhaps its emphasis on delusions that impede meditation, and on the moral principles that underlie Buddhist teachings. A translation may be found at www.buddhanet.net/pdf_files/sarangama.pdf. Qingzhou, the former Yuzhou County, in Shandong Province. 314 Zhou. Near the Huai River, there lived a 50-year-old Gongsheng named Zhou Tianyi, who had just one son, named Cheng, upon whom he doted. By the time Cheng was 13 or 14, his already graceful bearing became even more elegant, but he didn't like to read, so he always ran away from school, following groups of boys as they went off to play all day long, without coming back. Zhou Tianyi allowed this to continue. One day, it was after dusk and Zhou Cheng hadn't returned home, so his father went out to look for him, but couldn't turn up any sign of him. He and his wife began crying loudly for him, feeling so bad that they almost wanted to die. A year passed, and Zhou Cheng suddenly showed up, explaining, "There was this Daoist who became obsessed with me, but fortunately no harm came of it. When he went out with some others, I simply ran away and came home." His father was so overjoyed, he didn't follow up with any other questions. When Cheng's teacher tested his reading, the boy proved to be vastly more intelligent than he had been in the past. A year went by, and the flow of thought in his writing greatly advanced, so afterwards he was examined at the Prefectural Academy, where he made quite a name for himself. Families that had been influential for generations competed to offer him their daughters in marriage, but Cheng was clearly unwilling to marry. Underscore 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 un. Huai River, located midway between the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, originating in Henan Province at Mt. Tong Bai. Gongsheng, a tribute student, nominated by local Confucian schools for advanced study and subsequent admission to the civil service, Hooker 295, here, signifying such a student who later went on to a career as an official. A Jinshi named Zhao had a daughter who was quite striking, and Zhou Tianyi forced Zhao to wed her to Cheng. After Cheng married the girl, the couple spoke together happily and easily, but Cheng continued to insist on sleeping alone. After a year, he successfully qualified as a juren. Zhou Tianyi took great comfort from this. However, as he gradually grew older over time, he looked forward every day to holding a grandson in his arms, which is why Tianyi began frequently dropping hints about it to his son. But Cheng seemed indifferent to them, as though he didn't understand what his father was hinting at. When his mother couldn't bear it any longer, she began making references to the matter incessantly. Chang blushed, and blurted out, "For a long time I've wanted to run away, but I didn't hurriedly leave home, out of concern for your feelings. But I really can't talk about having a son just to offer you some comfort. Hence I'm telling you I quit. Let the one who obeys your orders come back." By the time she rushed after him to stop him from leaving, he'd already fallen to the ground and vanished, leaving his clothing behind like old skin that had been sloughed off. Horrified, she began to believe that her son had been dead all this time, and felt certain that this had been his ghost. All she could do was sigh mournfully. The next day, Chang suddenly arrived, accompanied by servants on horseback, provoking frightened astonishment among his family members. When they approached to ask him what had happened, he explained to them that wicked men had abducted him and sold him to the wealthy Shang family. The Shangs had no son, so they made him their son. But a while after they'd adopted Chang, the wife of the family suddenly gave birth to a son. Chang kept thinking about his family over the years, so they sent people to accompany him home. Underscore 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 un. Jinchi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. Juran, a successful candidate in the provincial level of the Civil Service examination. His family asked about his studies, and it turned out that he was the same slow student he'd always been. Then they knew that this truly was Joke Chang. At the examination, the successful examinee was just a ghost pretending to be the real Chang. The family was privately quite pleased that the truth about the ghost didn't get out, since their son had been granted an official title. When Chang entered her room, his wife there reacted quite familiarly toward him, but Chang was embarrassed by this, blushing like a newlywed. After a year, his wife gave birth to a son. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "The ancients observed that a common but fortunate individual should have an ordinary-looking face, that way, good fortune is bound to follow. If Chang's looks had not been extraordinary, the ghost would have had nothing to do with him. The proof of his being common but fortunate is that he received a title without even taking the examination, and won a beauty's heart without even wooing her in person. This is much better than to be one of those who obtain a title illegally." 315 Chang'e. Zhong Zimei, from Taiyuan, accompanied his father while he was studying abroad, and they lived away from home in Guangling for a long time. His father had noticed that there was an old woman who'd apparently been living for a long time in the woods below Hong Bridge. One day, father and son were passing over Hong Bridge, when they met up with the old woman, who insistently invited them to come to her house, where she could brew some tea and they could chat together. There was a girl at her side, an outstanding beauty. Zhong's father politely complimented her loveliness. The old woman turned to Zhong Zimei and said, "This young lady's quiet, and her face reflects good fortune ahead. If you wouldn't find the thought abhorrent, how about if you were to receive her as your wife?" Old Zhong laughed, urging his son to leave his seat, paying his respects to the old woman before declaring, "One word can cost 1,000 taels." Originally, the old woman had been living alone, when the girl suddenly appeared, complaining to her that she was orphaned and wretched. When the old woman inquired about her birth name, the girl replied that she was called Chang'e. The old woman was immediately fond of her and asked her to stay, considering that someday she could sell her for a high price indeed. Underscore 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 un. Chang'e, folk tradition identifies Chang'e as a woman who stole the elixir of immortality from her husband, the divine archer, Yi, then fled with it to the moon, where, according to some variations, she was transformed into a toad, for forsaking her husband and stealing the elixir. See Yang Inan, 86-90. Taiyuan, a prefecture in Piyu's time, now a city in Shandong province. Guangling, now part of Yangzhou, in Jiangsu province. The 14-year-old Zong surreptitiously glanced at the girl with joy, thinking that surely his father would arrange for a matchmaker, but the old man simply returned home, as though he'd forgotten about it. Zong Zimei felt like he was burning up with passion, so he secretly went to speak to his mother about it. His father laughed and told her, "This greedy old woman was just playing with our son. He didn't know that she would have sold the girl to us for whatever we'd have given, and that's why she made the offer so readily." A year passed, and Zong's parents both died. The son couldn't forget his feelings for the beautiful Chang'e, and just as he was completing the mourning period for his parents' deaths, he had a proposal sent to where the old woman lived in the forest. But the old woman would no longer honor the original offer. Zong angrily exclaimed, "I've never been frivolous or timorous in my whole life, so why should you treat my money like it's worthless? If you'll honor the previous proposal of an alliance with me, you'll see how I'll repay you." "It seems that before," the old woman replied, "your father and I may have been kidding about making an agreement, as was possibly the case. At any rate, it certainly wasn't settled, and then everything was forgotten. But now, after everything you've said, mustn't I allow you to marry this goddess? I need to dress her properly, which is why I expect 1,000 taels for the proposal. I'll ask you to provide half of it now. Can you do that?" Zong acknowledged that this would be difficult to accomplish, so he gave up on it. There happened to be an old widow who'd rented a neighboring house to the west of Zong's, and she had a daughter named Dian Dang, who'd just turned 15. When Zong chanced to sneak a peek at her, he found her to be no less beautiful than Chang'e. He admired her, so he often took her gifts just so he'd have a reason to approach her family's gate. After quite some time, he gradually became a familiar sight, and she frequently gave him flirtatious glances, and though she wanted to speak with him, they didn't have any opportunities. One night, she slipped out, and came looking for him with a torch. Zong happily drew her to him, and they joined together like joyful newlyweds. When Zong came with a proposal to marry Dian Dang, she refused, on the grounds that her brother, a traveling merchant, was away from home. Thereafter, they met and communicated so often that they became quite intimate. As Zong happened to be crossing Hong Bridge one day, he saw Chang'e standing inside her gate, so he hurried to pass by quickly. When Chang'e spotted him in the distance, she waved at him with her hands, and he had to stop. After Chang'e beckoned him over, he went inside with her. Once she confronted him with the fact that he'd broken their agreement, he explained the reason why to her. She then went into another room, and came back carrying some gold taels and quickly handed them over to him. Zong wouldn't accept them, and told her, "Since I broke off the agreement with you, I've made another one with a different girl. If I accepted the money and married you, I'd be abandoning her. If I accepted the money and didn't marry you, I'd be abandoning you. To be honest, I just didn't dare abandon you altogether." After a good long while, Chang'e replied, "I know something about your agreement with the other girl. But it won't succeed, and even if it was successful, I wouldn't feel resentful about your disloyalty to our love. You'd better leave quickly, since the old woman's about to arrive." Zong hurried, and rather than following what he'd resolved, he accepted the taels and returned home. The following night, he told Dian Dang about the matter. She reacted gravely to his words, and tried to persuade him to set things right with Chang'e. Zong didn't respond. When Dian Dang suggested that she be a second wife, beneath Chang'e, Zong was delighted with the idea. Thus he sent a matchmaker to offer the taels once again to the old woman in the woods, and the old woman didn't decline them, so the matchmaker took the girl and returned to Zong's house. After they entered the gate, Zong described Dian Dang's proposal to her. Chang'e gave a little smile, though she was inwardly seething. Zong was pleased, and quickly wanted to clarify Dian Dang's new role, but she'd already disappeared. Chang'e knew that it was to avoid her that Dian Dang had gone missing, so she decided to visit the old woman in the woods in order to help Zong, and she advised him to steal the bag that Dian Dang carried with her. Shortly afterwards, Dian Dang arrived, wanting to discuss their plans, but Zong said there was no hurry. When she laughingly reached up to take off her jacket so they might make love, he noticed a purple lotus blossom bag slung under her arm, and was just about to take it. Diandang's face flushed as she stood up to exclaim, "You offered your heart to her, so you just turn your back on me. What an unfaithful man! From now on, just leave me alone." Zong tried to pull her close so he could defend himself, but she wouldn't listen to him and actually left. One day, as he was passing her gate, he found out that her place had already been rented by someone from southern Jiangsu. Diandang and her mother had already left, having erased all signs of their presence there, leaving no way for Zong to contact them. From the moment that Zong married Chang'e, his family suddenly became rich, enabling him to join the estate's pavilions with long, covered walkways, fully connecting them with continuous roadway. Chang'e was apt to tease him whenever he happened to see a beautiful woman on a picture scroll, finally prompting Zong to say, "I've told myself that there aren't two women like you in the whole world, though I've never seen Zhao Feiyin or Yang Guifei. If you want to see them," Chang'e smiled, "that can be arranged easily." Thus she grasped the scroll, examining it closely, before quickly moving to stand before a mirror to apply makeup, appearing superficially to be just like the lithe and graceful Zhao Feiyi, and then she pretended to be Yang Guifei, behaving drunkenly. The duration and clarity of her images kept changing all the time, her flirtatious expressions and attitudes were absolutely identical to those in the scroll. While she posed, there was a maid who came in from outside, and could no longer recognize Chang'e, and with a start, asked her if she was one of Master Zong's maids. Then when she turned towards her mistress and looked searchingly into her face, she suddenly started laughing, realizing who she was. Overjoyed, Zong cried, "I married one beauty, but now 1,000 ancient beauties can all come to my bed." One night, while the couple were fast asleep, several people forced their door open and came in, with a blazing light shining over the walls. Chang'e quickly got up, crying in fright, "Thieves have broken in." Zong had just been waking up at the time, and wanted to yell for help. One of the intruders put his blade to Zong's throat, and he was so scared that he didn't dare even gasp. Then one of the thieves grabbed Chang'e, tossed her over his back, and boisterously ran off. Zong began wailing, and by the time his servants had gathered all of the family's rare curios into the room, it became clear that they'd taken nothing but Chang'e. Zong was greatly saddened, missing her and feeling that no one could take her place. Underscore 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 un. Zhao Feiyin, this famous beauty, fluid 1st century BCE, trained as a dancing girl, working for a while with her sister as courtesans once they were orphaned. Feiyin was eventually elevated by the Western Han Emperor, Chindi, to the rank of Empress Consort after he deposed his own wife, Paludan 42. Yang Guifei, the Tang dynasty concubine of Emperor Xianzong, 685–762, she became the subject of many poems and paintings, after Xianzong took her from his 18th son, who had already made her one of his own concubines. In 745, she was given a title second only to that of the Empress, Mayors 286–7. She's the title character in the traditional Chinese opera, The Drunken Concubine. He reported the crime to officials so they could pursue and capture the criminals, but he received no further messages from them. 3 or 4 years slipped by imperceptibly, so, feeling melancholic and bored, he decided to offer the excuse of going to the capital to take the civil service examination there. He lived there for 6 months, trying all manner of fortune-tellers, inquiries and investigations to find Chang'e. It happened that when he was walking past Yao Lane, he chanced to run into a young woman with a dirty face and ragged clothing, who was as frantically agitated as a beggar. Once he stopped to look at her, he realized it was Diandang. "What has made you so thin and haggard?" he asked in astonishment. "After I left and moved south," she replied, "my elderly mother died, so some evil Manchurians kidnapped, beat and humiliated me, leaving me cold and hungry, so I've been too traumatized even to speak." Zong's tears began to fall as he inquired, "Have you been able to pay their ransom?" "I've had great difficulty," she said. "It's so high that I haven't been able to pay it." Zong responded, "I'll tell you the truth, in the past few years, I've been rather fortunate in gathering a bit of wealth, but the pity is that I've traveled here without bringing much money with me, though I can certainly sell my supplies and horse with no regrets. And if that's not enough, I'll go back home to secure sufficient funds." Diandang arranged to come out the following day to the west wall, where they could meet together beneath the willow trees there. She urged him to come alone, and not to bring any servants. "I promise," replied Zong. The next day, he set out early, but Diandang had arrived before him, wearing a bright-colored jacket, greatly changed from her previous appearance. Startled, Zong asked her about it, and she replied with a laugh, "I was testing your feelings before, and fortunately our former love still survives. If you'll please come to my cottage, I'll certainly reward you properly." They walked several steps to the north until they came to Diandang's home, where she brought out some dishes of food and wine to entertain them while they chatted. Zong asked her to come home with him for good. "I have many worldly concerns," she replied, "so I can't go with you." Zong anxiously asked her where Chang'e was, and she explained, "It's hard to discern any trace of her, so I really can't figure her out. On MTXI, there's an old Buddhist nun who's blind in one eye, and if you ask her, she'll be able to help you." Then Zong stayed for the night with her. At dawn, Diandang showed him the way to find the blind nun. When Zong arrived, there was an ancient temple, whose outer wall was in ruins. In a stand of bamboo there was a half-open thatched cottage, inside which an old nun sat sewing patches on her robe. When she noticed that a visitor had arrived, she very casually didn't make a big deal about it. Zong bowed to her with his hands clasped respectfully, and the nun finally raised her head and asked him some questions. Once he informed her of his name, he quickly proceeded to deliver his request. "I'm 80, old and blind," she told him, "and I live here completely cut off from the world, so where could I possibly find out about some beauty's frame of mind?" Zong remained adamant in his plea. Then she answered, "I truly don't know. I have 2 or 3 relatives who are coming here tonight while passing through, and perhaps the young girl with them would know, because I sure don't. You can come back tomorrow night." So Zong consequently went away. Underscore 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 un. MTXI, located near Beijing. The next day, when he came again, the Buddhist nun came out, then bolted the door shut. As he waited there a long time, the minutes passing by and the moon rising high in the sky while he paced back and forth, in the distance Zong saw 2 or 3 girls who'd been standing outside prepare to go in, with Chang'e among them. This made Zong very happy, so he suddenly burst in among them, quickly pulling Chang'e into his arms by her sleeve. "You rude fellow," she exclaimed. "Frightening me like a demon. That hateful Diandang shoots off her mouth, then you pester me with your lust." Zong sat her down next to him, holding her hand with heartfelt emotion, finding it difficult to tell her what the nun had told him, unconsciously feeling sad and tormented. She replied, "I'll tell you the truth, I'm really the lady in the moon, and I was banished here, to drift along for a time till I fulfill the terms of my exile. While it's being completed, I've been supported by the robbers, and hence I've been able to cut myself off from you. The nun is the Queen Mother of the West's Palace Guard, and I was originally censured for some time until she took pity on me, allowing me a place to stay for a while. If you'll just move on past me, you'll be able to let Diandang take my place." Zong wasn't listening, but simply sat with his head hanging down, tears falling from his eyes. Then she turned around to look off in the distance and declared, "My sisters are coming." Zong then looked up and glanced all around, but Chang'e had already disappeared. He cried out loudly that he didn't want to live any longer, so he loosened his belt and hanged himself. He could faintly feel that his spirit was already beginning to depart, aimlessly wandering as though blown about by the wind. Presently he saw Chang'e appear, catch him, and pull him along as his feet left the ground. When they entered the temple grounds, Chang'e tried to push his spirit back into the corpse hanging on the tree, shouting, "Foolish fellow! Chang'e is here! Underscore 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 un. Queen Mother of the West, Deist Goddess of Life and Immortality, they, Zhuang Mu, traditionally represented as conducting her court in western China's Kunlun Mountains. Suddenly it was as if he was awakening from a dream. Once he was a little more stable, she scornfully exclaimed, "That cheap whore Dian Dang! She harms me and kills you, so I can't forgive her." They walked down the mountain, hired a carriage, and rode home. Afterwards Zong told his servants to prepare the necessities for him to take a journey, and then he returned to the west wall, to visit Dian Dang and offer his thanks, but when he arrived there, her home was completely empty, so with a stunned sigh, he returned home. Fortunately, he thought, Chang'e didn't know that he'd secretly done this. When he entered his gate, Chang'e welcomed him with a smile, inquiring, "Did you see Dian Dang?" Zong was so startled that he couldn't reply. "Didn't you go behind my back for Dian Dang?" she reiterated. "Please have a seat while you wait for her, since she'll be along soon." Soon afterwards, a panicked Dian Dang rushed in and hid underneath a bed. Chang'e appeared in the blink of an eye and cried, "You imp, you're not going to trap this man that easily." Dian Dang kowtowed to her, begging Chang'e to spare her life. "You push him into your snares, and yet you want to escape heaven's punishment," she exclaimed. "Aunt 11 from the Moon Palace is going to be married within the next few days, so you'll have to embroider 100 pillows, and 100 pairs of shoes, before you can leave with me, but we can get the work done together." Dian Dang respectfully replied, "I ask only that I can delegate some work out to helpers, so I can have everything done on time." Chang'e wouldn't allow this, and told Zong, "If you intercede for her, then I'll step back and set her free." Dian Dang looked to Zong, who smiled, but didn't say anything. Dian Dang's eyes then grew angry. Consequently, he entreated Chang'e to allow Dian Dang to go back to her family to say farewell to them, and once Chang'e agreed, the women left together. Zong asked around about Dian Dang's background, and that's when he learned that she was a fox from MTXI. He bought a carriage and went to wait for her there. The next day, she arrived, and subsequently Zong, Chang'e and Dian Dang all went home together. However, once Chang'e was back, she seemed aloof and formal, refusing to lighten up or to laugh. Zong tenaciously tried to get her to make love with him, but she simply designated Dian Dang as her replacement. Dian Dang now seemed vastly more intelligent, devoting herself to fawning on Chang'e. For her part, Chang'e seemed content to sleep alone, avoiding Zong each night as though she had no desire to make contact with him. One night, during the sounding of the third watch, it seemed like Chang'e heard the sound of continuous, stifled laughter from Dian Dang's room. She sent a maidservant to eavesdrop. When the maid returned, she had nothing to report, but asked if her mistress might go and see for herself. As she hid at the window and peeked inside, she saw Dian Dang all dressed up to look like her, and Zong embracing her, calling out Chang'e's name. The girl smiled and withdrew. A bit later, Dian Dang began feeling some violent pains, so she quickly threw on some clothing, dragging Zong along with her to see Chang'e, and as they entered her doorway, they lied about what they'd been up to, begging for her help. "Am I some kind of doctor, or sorceress, that I can predict what's ailing you?" she asked. "You were the one who was trying to imitate Xi Shi. underscore 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 un. Third watch, the third of the 5 2-hour divisions of the night, spanning approximately 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Xi Shi, a famous beauty from the Warring States period, 475 BCE to 221 CE. Diandang kowtowed to her, proceeding verbally to acknowledge her guilt. "Now you'll recover," replied Chang'e. Then she got up, unable to stop herself from laughing, and left. Diandang privately confided to Zong, "I can make your wife copy Guanyin." Zong didn't believe her, and so they made a bet about whether or not she could do it. Chang'e often sat cross-legged, meditating with her eyes closed. Diandang silently took a jade vase, inserted a willow branch in it, and placed it on a table, then, bowing her head modestly, she brought her palms together in greeting, standing subserviently at Chang'e's side, her cherry-red lips half open, exposing her teeth just a bit, and her eyelids fluttering. Zong laughed at this. When Chang'e opened her eyes and asked who was there, Diandang answered, "I've been studying with the Dragon King's daughter who serves Guanyin." Chang'e taunted her by saying that she should punish her by making her bend over like some schoolboy. Keeping her feelings under control, Diandang then looked all around and above her, worshipfully prostrating herself and then turning over, carrying on such odd behavior, flopping left and right on her sides, so her leggings became twisted all around her. Chang'e finally laughed, sat up and kicked at her. Diandang raised her head, took Chang'e's tiny foot in her mouth, and lightly touched it with her teeth. Chang'e then laughed playfully before suddenly sensing a delicate enchantment of her emotions, as she dangled her toes above Diandang, that went straight to her heart, stirring lewd thoughts in her, as if she were no longer in control of herself. Underscore 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 un. Guanyin, depicted as a woman in the modern era of Chinese tradition, Guanyin is the bodhisattva of Avalokitesvara, revered for her ability to relieve suffering. She's often depicted as holding a vase containing Amrita, the dew of immortality, and a spray of willow cuttings that signify compassion. Chang'e's tiny foot, Sang Zhulan notes that when the fox spirit Diandang tries to seduce the female immortal Chang'e, the latter thwarts as well as condemns the attempt. This tale makes it clear that Pu is interested in sensual desire between women and that perhaps he is more sympathetic to sentiment than to sex between women. 306 and 48. Then she anxiously regained her composure, and cried out, "Fox slave, you should die for that. Is there any doubt that I didn't choose for you to do that?" Diandang was scared, so she tried to explain her actions and flung herself to the ground. Chang'e then harshly scolded her, but no one else present could understand why. Chang'e told Zong, "Diandang's fox nature can't be changed, and just now I was almost fooled by her. If I didn't have such a firm Buddhist foundation, I could have been undone by her." From then on, whenever she saw Diandang, she always disciplined her. Diandang felt ashamed and afraid, so she told Zong, to Chang'e, "I'm just limbs connected to a body, while she's so beloved to me, and has no idea how much I adore her. She tells me I'm disloyal, but not only would I not dare to be disloyal to her, I also couldn't stand doing it." Zong accordingly told this to Chang'e, who began treating Diandang as she had before. However, she maintained that Diandang was immoderate in her love-making, and often warned Zong about this, but he wouldn't listen to her. Consequently, the maids and Diandang were wild in their sexual play with each other. One day, two of the maids were helping another one walk, and it came out that in their delusion, they took her to be Yang Guifei. The two came to this conclusion after looking at each other, since the young women were all drunken and sleepy, and then they took their hands off the third maid. She violently hit her head on some steps below them, making a noise like she'd smacked into a wall. A crowd was drawn by the loud sound, and by the time they'd rushed over to assist her, she was already dead. Everyone there was horrified, so they hurried to tell Zong. In fright, Chang Yi exclaimed, "Disaster has struck! I said this would happen." She went to examine the woman, but was unable to save her. Thus she sent people to go tell the woman's father. Her father was a man named Jie, a habitual reprobate, who howled as he hurried to arrive at the scene, then carried his daughter's corpse over his back into the family hall, where he shouted curses of all sorts. Zong fearfully shut his doors, and didn't know what to do. Chang Yi then personally went out to handle the matter, and told the father, even a master who tortures a maid to death will eventually stop his actions once there's no more punishment to take. This is a case of sudden death, so how can you be sure that she won't come back to life again? Her limbs are already ice cold, Jia shouted, so where's there any sign of life? Chang Yi replied, don't make so much noise. Even though she died, something may yet be done about it. Then she entered the hall and started rubbing the corpse till the young woman began to revive, so she continued massaging with her hands until she was able to sit up. Then Chang Yi turned around angrily and cried, she's lucky she's not dead, no thanks to all your deceit and misdeeds. You could be arrested by the government for making such an accusation. Jia was speechless, and knelt deferentially, asking solemnly to be forgiven. You've recognized your wrongdoings, Chang Yi replied, which is why I'm excusing you so you can set things right. However, for having been such a scoundrel, over and over for so long, you must also pay for your daughter's excesses. The price I paid you for her originally should be refunded, so make the arrangements for it quickly. She gathered 2 or 3 older area villagers to serve as witnesses, and to sign the authorizing document, and once that was done, Chang Yi called for the daughter to appear before them, then personally asked her, are you in good health? I am, she replied. Then Ji returned her to them and left. Afterward, Chang Yi called together all of the maidservants, and beat each of them. Next she called for Dian Dang, and strictly forbade her previous conduct. She told Zong, now you know how to comport yourself in order to be an exemplary man, so, whether smiling or frowning, you can't be immoderate. Those who are sad are negative and happy, positive, but if the positive begins to overflow, then the negative appears to balance it, which is the rule in the mortal world. The death of Jia's daughter is a portent for both mortals and ghosts. If you don't heed my words, then disaster will follow. Zong listened to her respectfully. Dian Dang tearfully begged him to save her from her misery. Chang Yi then pinched her, when, 15 minutes later, she loosened her grip. Dian Dang began to feel penitent, but then suddenly it was as if she'd abruptly awakened, and subsequently flung herself to the ground, so happy that she felt like dancing. From this point forward, she comported herself respectfully, no longer daring to cause a clamor. At the time Jia's daughter returned to their home, she wasn't ill, but then she unexpectedly died. Jia couldn't come up with the money that he owed Chang Yi, so he implored a number of the older area villagers to beg her to dismiss his debt, and she agreed. Then, showing pity due to the fact that the girl had once served her family, she gave Jia a coffin for his daughter. Zong was continually worried about the fact that he didn't have a son. Suddenly he began to hear a child's weeping from inside Chang Yi's stomach, and when he took a sword and cut into her left side, he pulled out a boy. Moments later, she was pregnant again, and once he'd cut into her right side, he pulled out a girl. The boy closely resembled his father, and the girl closely resembled her mother, and everyone talked about how they became an influential family for generations. Underscore 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 un. Positive. Negative appears. This is the essence of all Chinese philosophy. Balance is harmonious, and imbalance is chaotic. Chang Yi is arguing that Dian Dang's frivolity with the maids has caused an essential imbalance, with chaotic results, the death of Jia's daughter. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "It's a profound saying that the negative emerges when the positive grows too much. But if there was an immortal in my house, I trust that I'd be euphorically happy, that my troubles would disappear, that I'd grow as a scholar, and I wouldn't die. For with such happiness and longevity, it should be wonderful to be an immortal, so why did Chang'e seem to feel so miserable? Fate may proceed and change course variously, yet its laws remain steadfastly appropriate, but when one's life grows wearisome and doesn't go smoothly, isn't it possible that immortality is equated with misery?" In the days of the Song dynasty, when people asked the celestials for something and that something was then denied them, they always said, "You may be made an immortal someday, but at that point you wouldn't be afraid of dying anyway." I can no longer laugh about that one. Underscore 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 un. An influential family for generations, Sang argues that the fact of Pu's not emphasizing the reality that Chang'e does not belong to the human world is evidence that for the author, she has fulfilled her duties as a wife, and is, therefore, fully accepted and integrated into the human world. 306 and 45. Song Dynasty, spanning 960-1279 CE. 316 Zhu Liru. Zhu Liru was from Qingzhou. When his wife died, he abandoned his home and went away. After several years, he returned home wearing Daoist clothing, with a rush cushion slung over his back. He could tolerate staying overnight, but then he wanted to leave again, while his relatives forcibly tried to detain him by grabbing at his clothing and walking stick. He made the excuse that he just needed to take a jaunt outside the village, and as he left, all of his clothing and belongings in the room flew out after him. Underscore 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 un. Qingzhou, the former Yuzhou County, Shandong Province. 317 Scholar Chu. At the time that Chen Xiaolian, from Shuntian, was 16 or 17 years old, he began working with a private tutor in reading at a Buddhist temple, and a great many fellow students were also studying with him. One of them was a scholar named Chu, who said he was from Shandong, and focused on working hard, never taking a break. Moreover, he even slept in the study, and no one ever saw him return home. Chen considered him the best of the students, so he asked him about it. "My family's poor," replied Chu, "and it's not easy to come up with money, so I can't afford to waste any of the short time I have here, and thus if I work up until midnight, I can do in 2 days what it takes other students 3 days to do." Chen was moved by his words, and wanted to bring his bed into Chu's room, so they could be roommates. Chu stopped him and exclaimed, "Not now, not now. I feel that our current teacher isn't really qualified to instruct us. At the Shuntian city gates, there's a gentleman named Lu, who's quite aged and could be our teacher, so if you agree, I'll invite you to come with me." Generally in the city, teachers take tuition fees by the month, so that at the end of every month, students can decide whether to stay or to leave. Hence the two fellow scholars went to visit Lu. Underscore 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 un. Shuntian, old name for modern Beijing. Lu, a learned elder scholar, was down on his luck and couldn't afford to go home, so he was compelled to teach any ignorant child who could pay him, which was truly not what he'd aspired to be doing. Thus he was very happy to see the two scholars. Chu was the more intelligent of the two, capable of remembering everything he read, so teacher Lu regarded him more highly. Chen and Chu formed an intimate friendship, sharing the same study table by day, and the same bed by night. At the end of the month, Chu suddenly took a leave of absence to return home, and after 10 days, he still hadn't returned. Chen and Lu grew concerned. One day, Chen went to Heavenly Tranquility Monastery, and there he found Chu in a hallway, where he was fashioning small torches from hemp plants and sulfur. When he saw Chen, he appeared embarrassed and uneasy. "Why did you give up on our studying together so abruptly?" asked Chen. Chu took his hand as though pleading, and sadly replied, "I'm so poor that I don't have anything to pay Master Lu, but surely in another half a month of peddling these, I'll be able to pay for a month of tutoring." Chen sighed deeply for a long while, then replied, "But if we can just resume our studying, naturally I'll do everything in my power to make it possible." He told his servants to take over Chu's torch-making business, so the two of them could return to their studies. Chu warned Chen not to say anything to their teacher, that he would figure out a way to tell him everything. Chen's father ran a mercantile shop, so he was reasonably wealthy, and hence Chen pilfered some of his father's money, in order for Chu to give it to teacher Lu. Once his father concluded that Chen must be responsible for the missing money, Chen finally told him the truth. Since Chen's father thought he was behaving foolishly, he cancelled his son's studies. Chu was quite ashamed, and wanted to leave. Lu knew all about it, and told Chu, "Since you're poor, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Thus he took all the money he'd been given, and returned it to Chen's father, offered to tutor Chu just as before, then treated him to dinner like he was his own son. Even though he wasn't allowed to study with Lu any longer, Chen kept inviting Chu to his house to drink with him. But Chu firmly wished to avoid any potentially suspicious activities, and hence he didn't go, yet Chen so fervently wanted him to do so, often weeping about it, that Chu couldn't bear to sever their connection, and consequently they resumed their close contact. 2 years passed, and Chen's father died, so Chen again entreated old Lu to be his teacher. Lu could feel his sincerity, so he accepted the offer, but after discontinuing his schooling for a long time, it was obvious that Chen had become a very different kind of student. After Lu had been living with them for half a year, his eldest son arrived from Yu, begging for food and looking for his father. Chen had been saving some money to use to defray his own costs when returning home, but Chu could only weep in sympathy, reluctant for Lu to leave. Just before he left them, Lu urged Chen to treat Chu as his teacher. Chen did as he asked, and lodged Chu in his home. Before long, he was able to enter the county school, so he could take the provincial-level civil service examination. Chen thought it over and didn't believe he could finish all the reading and writing required, so Chu asked to be allowed to take his place. When the time for the examination arrived, Chu appeared with another man, identifying him as his older cousin, Lu Tianruo, and urged Chen to come with him briefly. As soon as Chen came out, Chu suddenly started pulling him till he felt like he was going to stumble and fall, so Lu quickly began pulling at him, too, as they left. They looked off in the distance at their destination, and ended up lodging at Liu's house. There weren't any women in the household, so Lu accommodated Chen by giving him the innermost room of the house. Underscore 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 un. U, part of modern Zhejiang province. Innermost room of the house, ordinarily reserved for the women in households. After they'd been staying there for several days, it was suddenly already mid-autumn. "Today in Li's Huangqin Garden," said Lu, "there will be many sightseers, so we should go there to release some of the pressure of worrying about the exam, then I'll accompany you home." He sent some servants to brew a pot of tea, and once they'd finished it, he and Chen set out. They spotted a wine shop in the plum pavilion, and although it was noisy with business, no one was allowed to sit inside. Once they passed the water gate, there was a boat lying underneath an old willow, and they proceeded to climb into it. After they'd shared several rounds of wine, they began to feel rather bored. Lu turned to a boy servant and said, "There's a new woman at the Plum Blossom Inn, do you know if she's at home?" The boy left, and moments later returned with her. The woman from the brothel turned out to be Li Irian. Li, a renowned courtesan in the capital, was skilled at poetry, and a good singer, so Chen had once taken some friends to drink at her establishment, which is why he knew who she was. When she met them, her greeting seemed rather lukewarm. Li appeared anxious, and wore a worried look. When Lu told her to sing them a song, she performed an elegy. Chen was displeased, and commented, "Since neither the host nor the guest fits your theme, why treat a living audience to a song about death?" Li got up and apologized, forced herself to smile, then sang a romantic song. This made Chen happy, so he caught her by the wrist and said, "In the past, you've recited washing clothes in the creek on several occasions, but you've neglected it so far." Li then recited underscore 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 un. Li's Huangqin Garden, Zhu observes that an actual establishment like the one attributed here to courtesan Li was located near the southern wall of Beijing, C2:1084 and 21. An elegy, this well-known Chinese classical piece is often used to accompany funeral processions. Tearful eyes brimming over onto the dressing table. Opening the curtain and suddenly seeing little sister-in-law arrive. Lowering my head, turning it to see the slippers on her tiny feet. I flutter my eyebrows and smile. Frequently rubbing my cheek with my red sleeve. Carefully, worried someone will suspect what I feel. Chen repeated it a few more times. Soon afterwards, they moored their boat and passed a long veranda where they saw a great many poetic narratives recorded on its walls, and called for a brush so they could record these words on it. The daylight had already begun to grow dim, so Lu told them, "The people who have taken the examination are about to leave the examination site." Then he accompanied Chen home. As soon as Chen entered his gate, Lu left. Chen could see that his house was dark and empty, so he delayed for a bit, till by that time Chu had already entered his gate, but as he scrutinized him, he stepped back, because it wasn't Scholar Chu. He was suspicious, then, as the visitor hastily drew near him and fell to the ground. Chen's servants cried, "The master's exhausted." Then they all helped him to his feet. As his position was shifting, Chen realized that he was, indeed, the man who had fallen. After he'd gotten up, he saw that Scholar Chu was at his side, and began to doubt that perhaps it was all a dream. He dismissed the others so he could figure out what was going on. "I'll tell you so you won't be scared, I'm really a ghost," explained Chu. "I was reincarnated a long while ago, but I'm procrastinating like this because I couldn't forget our great friendship, and in order to repay you, I took your body to write your examination. I've finished 3 tests for you, which is what you'd hoped for." Chen then begged him to accompany him to the national level examination. Chu replied, "Your ancestors' fortunes were weak, and they were miserly to the bone, so because of that, you can't achieve any greater prominence." "Where will you go?" asked Chen. "Master Lu is fated to be my father," said Chu, "but this ordinarily wouldn't have happened. My cousin works for the Hell King, so his begging on Lu's behalf can probably bring about some kind of result." Then they joined up with the other departing examinees. Chen thought this all very strange. The next morning, he went to make inquiries about courtesan Li, and just as he was going to ask about the boating incident, he discovered that she'd died several days earlier. When he arrived at Huangqin Garden, he noticed that the verse they'd copied was still on the wall there, but the ink had faded, almost as if it had been rubbed away. He began to comprehend that his spirit had conceived of the title, and Li's ghost had provided the content. At nightfall, a jubilant Chu arrived and said, "Fortunately, it looks like the plan will succeed, so I'll be saying farewell to you and the others." Then he extended both palms, and directed Chen to write the name Chu on each of them. Chen was just about to set out some wine and entertain Chu with a dinner, when the latter shook his head and said, "I mustn't. Don't forget your old friend after the list of successful examination candidates is posted. I hope you won't bother traveling far just to see me." Chen wiped away his tears and Chu walked along with him. underscore 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 un. 3 tests, the Imperial Civil Service examinations held at the local, county, and provincial levels. They saw a man standing outside the examination hall door, waiting to take care of Chu. Chu was reluctant to leave, so the man took his hand and pressed it to Chu's neck, causing him immediately to change into a silk banner, which the man grasped in both hands, inserted into a bag that he then slung over his shoulder, and left. Several days passed, and Chen was named a successful examination candidate. As a result, he made preparations for a long journey to Yu. Lu's wife, who 10 years earlier had given up the idea of ever having a child again, at the age of 50 suddenly gave birth to a son, whose 2 hands were clenched so tightly shut that his parents couldn't open them. Once Chen arrived, he asked if he might see the child, and told them that on each palm the child would have the name Chu written. Lu didn't believe it. When the boy saw Chen, his 10 fingers opened out, and they could all see the name written there. Shocked, Lu and his wife asked how this could be, and Chen told them everything. All of them marveled happily at the rare event. Chen lavished gifts generously on them, and then returned home. Some time later, Lu gathered the requisite fees so he could take the imperial examination, and entered the capital, where he stayed with Chen, and his son, at the age of 13, was admitted to a government school. The collector of these strange tales remarks, old Lu taught his students, but didn't teach his own son. Doing good deeds for another person, and evoking the blessings of heaven for oneself, happen simultaneously. Though Scholar Chu didn't have a mortal body to use to repay his teacher, he employed his spirit to help his friend, with a will so powerful that it crossed from one world to another, and how can we not acknowledge that he was able to accomplish this noble deed precisely because he was a ghost. 318 The Outlaw's Lair. On a peak in the region around Teng, during the reign of Shunzi, 70% of the people living there were outlaws whom officials didn't even dare to try to capture. After they'd accepted an offer of amnesty, the county magistrate gave their stronghold an official designation, the Outlaw's Lair. When the outlaws occasionally committed some violation against law-abiding citizens, the local officials would try to cover for them out of fear that they might rebel again. Consequently, defendants coming before the magistrate would always pretend that they were from the outlaws' lair so the officials would pardon them, while the plaintiffs would try to prove that they weren't. Both sides would press their arguments, making it difficult for the magistrate to distinguish right from wrong and truth from falsehood. It happened that there were quite a few foxes occupying the official's public office, and the county magistrate had a daughter who was being plagued by them, so he invited a deist to come, and using a talisman with magical figures on it to force the foxes into a bottle, the deist was right on the verge of setting it on fire. From inside the bottle, the foxes loudly cried, "But we're from the outlaw's lair." When the others heard this, they couldn't hide their laughter. Underscore 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 un. Teng, modern Shandong Province's Teng County. Shunzi, this Qing Dynasty emperor was ruled from 1644 to 61. The collector of these strange tales remarks, these days, if someone commits a robbery, the officials will regard him as an illicit lover, while someone who climbs over others' walls in order to pursue an affair will be adjudged a thief. That's how the world has changed. Today, if a fox in an official's public office cries out, "I'm an outlaw," this wouldn't seem at all strange. In Zhangkaiu, the common people had to pay certain laborers who delivered their grain for taxes but who dipped into the crops for their compensation, and consequently these men made much more off the process than more powerful officials and elite scholars. For that reason, the lowly citizens begged to be allowed to put their lands under the names of these powerful men, who avoided paying both the labor and the tax. This phenomenon didn't cut into the government taxes, but instead came out of the percentage that would have gone into the pockets of local officials. County Magistrate Ling filed a document requesting reform of this bad policy, and received approval for it. At first, he ordered the powerful individuals who'd been avoiding taxation to come to the court voluntarily. Later, malcontent citizens threatened to sue some of the powerful men, claiming that everything they'd purchased for over a decade had been illegally obtained. Magistrate Ling showed such a bias in favor of the wicked tax dodgers that certain obedient, law-abiding scholars had to forfeit their possessions. There was a scholar named Li, as well as a certain Jie, involved in a lawsuit, and both had to go and submit themselves to questioning. Jie called Li as Ihoki. In a stern voice, Li disputed this, saying that Jie couldn't just assert that he was as Ihoki. Their noisy arguments went on and on. The magistrate interrogated them back and forth, while each man pointed at the other as the real Ihoki. "Why are you arguing like this?" demanded the magistrate. Underscore 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 un. Zhangqiu, located east of Jinan, the capital of Shandong Province, the city is bordered on the north by the Yellow River. Zihoki, a scholar who successfully passes the Imperial Civil Service examination at the county level. Li replied, "Zihoki is a high title, and I'd like to set it aside until I wrap up this tax argument." Alas! These men were eager to be identified as outlaws, but shunned the title of Zihoki. What a strange reversal! Someone sent me an anonymous report that read, the plaintiff Yuan Rang was accused of breaking the law by devouring people's possessions, so he resigned his position on the pretext that he was retiring, and he had some 50 mu or so of fertile farmland nearby which he hid. This was during the first year described in the spring and autumn annals under the name of the villainous Zihoki Yan Yuan. Though these days such decrees are very strict, he felt after some time that it was safe to report his claim to Yan's office. But the Zihoki wouldn't agree to give Yan's fields back, claiming they were his. So Yuan Rang went to the office personally but was seized by dozens of men and beaten with sticks until his legs were broken. Then they locked him in a dirty alley, where he was given a single paddle of rice and a ladle of water each day, until the starving prisoner was almost dead. At Huixiang, they registered property deeds and administered heavy punishment to those who'd violated them, returning land possession to the hard-working owners who'd paid for them. This is worth following, as Confucius said of the examples of Bo Yi and Shu Qi. Underscore 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 un. Yuan Rang, a spring and autumn period, 777 to 476 BCE, figure from Shandong Province, Zhu 2:1088 and 20. Mu, a measure equal to 1/6 acre. The Spring and Autumn Annals, this narrative of significant historical confrontations, negotiations, and cogent political advice, traditionally ascribed to Confucius as its editor, depicts events in the state of Lu, part of modern Shandong Province, during the Spring and Autumn period, beginning its chronicle with 722 BCE. Huixiang, an unidentified place name. Confucius. Bo Yi and Shu Qi, according to Analects 18.8, the master observed, Bo Yi and Shu Qi were two men who were unwilling to compromise their purposes or bring disgrace on their own persons. 216. Si Zhu, 2:1088 and 29. 319. A certain Yi. A certain Yi lived in the western part of the city, and made his living as a cat burglar. His wife, feeling quite deeply that this was wrong, feared for him, urging him again and again to stop. Yi finally swore all of a sudden that he would change his ways. By the time that they'd lived there 2 or 3 years, they'd become so poverty-stricken that Yi couldn't provide for them, so he thought about returning to his former profession for just one more job, then stopping afterwards, lying that he was going to take up trading, and thus he went to consult a fortune-teller to ask what direction it would be fortuitous for him to pursue. The southeast is auspicious, replied the fortune-teller, beneficial for persons of low degree, but not for gentlemen. This seemed to be a good omen for what he had in mind, and he was secretly delighted. Thus he headed off to the south, till he arrived in Suzhou, and from there he continued to Songjiang, so by the time that his wanderings brought him to the gates of the city, he'd already been gone several months. He happened to enter a temple, where he saw a huge heap of pebbles at the corner of one wall, conscious that this was rather strange, and after picking up one of the pebbles, he tossed it aside. Underscore 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 un. Suzhou, a prefecture in Pu's time, now a county in modern Jiangsu province. Songjiang, modern Shanghai. There was a path behind the shrine that led to a place where he could lie down. The daylight was already turning to dusk, and a group of a dozen people or so who had gathered in the temple began conversing. Suddenly one man noticed the pebbles and expressed surprise at how many were there, so they all began searching, till they found Yi behind the shrine. "Did you throw aside one of the pebbles?" they asked him. Yi reported that he'd done so. They asked him where he lived, and his full name, so Yi made something up. Then they gave him a weapon, and he followed them as they all left. Arriving at an enormous mansion, they brought out a rope ladder, and then hurried to scale the wall. Because Yi was a stranger, they made him wait outside the wall, charged with the task of collecting and transferring the bags they were carrying. In a short while, they threw one of their bundles over the wall, then, soon afterwards, a small carrying case was lowered over the wall on a rope. Yi lifted it and concluded that there was something special in the case, so he broke into it, checked the weight of each item inside, and put the heaviest ones into another bag which he slung over his shoulder, then fled swiftly, taking the road home as soon as he picked the bag up. Later on, he built a tower, bought some excellent farmland, and contributed to the government in exchange for a public post for his son. In the city, he hung up a plaque at his gate that read, "Philanthropist." After the robbery was discovered, the burglars were all arrested, only Yi, who'd given the others a phony name and address, escaped investigation and interrogation. In time, the case grew cold until Yi himself, while drunk, described everything that had happened. In Kozhu, there was a mighty bandit who'd just finished raking in a load of money, and then returned home calmly, to enjoy a peaceful sleep. 2 or 3 small-time bandits then interrupted his tranquility by rushing in, grabbing him, and demanding the money. The mighty bandit wouldn't give it to them, hence they burned and beat him until he surrendered his takings, then the bandits ran off. Underscore 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 un. Kozhu, a prefecture in Pu's time, now the area around the city of Hezi, Shandong province. The mighty bandit turned towards them and yelled, "I didn't know it would be this painful when I was burned." He was filled with such deep hatred for the bandits that he became a constable himself, arresting bandits in the city till they were almost all eradicated. When he finally arrested the bandits who'd hurt him, he performed the same procedure of burning and beating on them. 320 The Huo daughter. Zhu Daxing was from Zhangde. His family was wealthy, but he was so extremely stingy that he invited no guests, and allowed no meat to be cooked in his kitchen, unless his family was marrying off a daughter or son. Nevertheless, he frivolously engaged in womanizing, seeking opportunities for sex and never hesitating on account of their expense. Every night, he climbed over his family's wall and went into the village, where he'd try to find some loose woman and sleep with her. One night, he ran into a young woman who was out walking alone, and figured she might be trying to run away from somewhere, so he grabbed her violently and forced her to go home with him. By candlelight, he discovered her to be a matchless beauty. "My surname's Huo," she told him. Admiring her exquisite beauty, he tried to find out more about her. The unhappy young woman replied, "After you've already brought me here, why bother investigating me now? If you're afraid I'll be a burden, it'd be better for me to leave now." Zhu didn't dare inquire about anything else, but asked her to stay and sleep with him. Thinking that Huo couldn't stand to eat coarse food or pork flesh, he offered her a special soup made from edible bird's nest, chicken hearts and fish belly, which she proceeded to eat. Zhu felt helpless to resist, and did everything he could to serve her. Underscore 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 un. Zhangde, former prefecture now known as the city of Anyang, in northern Henan province. When she fell ill, she demanded that he must bring her a bowl of ginseng soup each day. At first, he was unwilling to do so. But Huo groaned like she was near death, so there was no alternative, and he brought it to her till the illness was gone. Such solicitous behavior by Zhu became the norm. Ho's clothing was as beautiful as brocade, but after several days, she was disgusted with wearing the same things. In this way, a month went by, and since the cost of replacing them seemed incalculable to Zhu, he simply avoided the issue. Huo sobbed and didn't eat, then begged to leave. Zhu dreaded losing her, so he resigned himself to complying and brought her what she wished. Whenever she grew bored, every fortnight or so, he'd invite a troupe of actors to give a performance. When it was time for the performance, Zhu would set up benches and curtains outside the playing area, and bring in some children to be part of the audience. If Huo didn't look happy, he'd have to endure her rebukes, and Zhu couldn't always tell for sure how she would react. When she'd been living there for 2 years, Zhu's family fortunes gradually began to decline. He turned to Huo with tactful words and prevailed upon her to reduce her demands a bit. She promised to do so, and he was able to cut all the burdensome expenses related to her by half. Quite a while elapsed, till he no longer gave her any of the previous concessions, and Huo ate her simple fare peacefully with Zhu. Little by little, she got used to doing without things. Zhu was secretly quite pleased. Suddenly one night, she opened the back door and ran away. Zhu called after her, thinking she'd gotten lost, and began asking all over about her, then realized he'd come to the home of the influential He family, in the neighboring village. The He family was a prominent one, and hospitably always welcomed guests in a hall that remained lighted all night long. When a beauty suddenly appeared, since it was the middle of the night, she withdrew to He's room. He inquired about her, and she explained that she was a concubine who'd run away from the Zhu family. Zhu had always seemed an unpleasant fellow to He, who found the woman quite charming. He was quite pleased to have access to the beautiful Huo. Lingering for a few days with her, he becoming increasingly obsessed with Huo, and hence also with trying to indulge her lavish desires, including everything Zhu had provided her. Zhu heard the news about Huo's whereabouts, and demanded that he turn her over to him, but he could see no reason to do so. Zhu then took up the matter with an official. The official considered Huo's surname and background unfamiliar, and so he paid no attention to him. Zhu sold off some real estate and used the proceeds to bribe the official, who then agreed to have he arrested and questioned. Huo told He, "I was in Zhu's home, and he didn't choose to make things permanent through proper ceremony, so why should I be afraid him?" Happy to hear this, he was on the verge of taking Zhu to court over the matter. Following an invitation from He, a scholar named Gu warned him, "By taking in a runaway, you're already implicated in breaking the law. Furthermore, since this woman has entered your gate, her expense per day has been excessive, costing your family 1,000 taels, so how long can you continue like this?" Comprehending precisely what Gu meant by this, he ceased his intention of going to court, and Zhu took Huo home. A day or two passed, and then she ran away again. There was an impoverished scholar named Huang, who wasn't married. Huo ceased her flight and entered his door, explaining to him how she'd come to be there. Huang could see that a gorgeous woman had suddenly been thrust into his life, and he was so startled that he didn't know what to do. Huang, a law-abiding man, backed timidly away from her. But the young woman didn't leave. She seemed genuinely lovely and gentle, soft and pliant. Huang, aroused by her, asked her to stay, but then thought it over, and wasn't sure that she could be satisfied living such a modest life. Huo got up early the next morning, personally performing the manual labor required for the household's chores, as though she was long accustomed to such tiresome work. Huang responded with cultured dignity and offered her his warm, gentle heart, worried that they'd met at an improperly late hour, that someone might find this out, and that their happiness might not last for long. Zhu, meanwhile, had become increasingly more impoverished after suing he, and anxious about the likelihood of not being able to satisfy Huo with the remainders of his fortune even if he got her back, he finally stopped pursuing the matter. Huo stayed with Huang for several years, and he loved her very dearly. One day, she suddenly wished to return to her home for a visit, and wanted Huang to accompany her in a carriage there. "You claimed before that you had no family," Huang replied, "so why did you say that?" Huo explained, "I was concealing the truth back then. I'm from Zhenjiang. I followed a wanderer, drifting through the countryside, destitute, and that's eventually how I came to be here. My family is quite wealthy, so if we went to visit them, we surely wouldn't lose by making the trip." Huang did as she requested, renting a carriage, and then they departed. When they arrived at Yangzhou, there was a boat moored at the edge of the river. When Huo happened to peer into its window, she saw a huge merchant, who, surprised by her beauty, ordered his boat to turn around and follow her, though Huang didn't know about it. "Your family's extremely poor," she told him suddenly, "but now that there's a way to cure your poverty, will you be able to carry it out?" Huang asked her what she was talking about, and she replied, "I've been together with you for several years, but I've never been able to bear you a son or a daughter, nor have I been able to take care of a certain matter. Even though I may be ugly now, I'm not too old, and there's someone who would agree to send 1,000 taels to take me from you, so if you were to sell me off, you'd have enough to afford a proper wife, some farmland and a house. How about it?" Huang blanched, not understanding why she was saying all this. Underscore 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 un. Zhenjiang, located in Jiangsu Province. Yangzhou, a city in modern Jiangsu. Huo smiled and said, "You don't need to worry since the world's full of beauties, who'd pay 1,000 taels to buy me. It's just a joke, so we'll see what happens. It's certainly your decision, whether to sell me or not." Huang was unwilling to go along with it. Huo then went and had words with the wife of the boat's pilot, and when the woman looked over at Huang, he silently consented. The woman left and returned not long afterwards, commenting, "There's a merchant's son inside, who's ready to offer 800 taels." Huang shook his head to indicate he was unable to accept the offer. After a bit, the wife left and returned not long afterwards, commenting, "The merchant's son is ready to offer 1,000 taels if you agree to send the lady over to his boat after you take the money." Huang smiled a little. "Tell him to wait for a while, since I have something to say to my husband," Huo said to the woman. Huo told Huang, "Now do you understand that I'm serving you every day with a body that's worth 1,000 taels? But what would we say to get you out of the situation later?" asked Huang. "What you need to do is just go in there to conclude the deal," explained Huo, "and then it's up to me to decide what's next." Huang just couldn't bring himself to do it. But Huo kept urging him, until Huang had no choice but to speak with the merchant. Right away, the merchant paid Huang, and then Huang made a promise, "Since I'm taking this as a consequence of my poverty, I want to acknowledge it as such, to hasten our parting. If my wife finds herself unable to follow you, then I'll return all of this to you." By the time he took the money and left the boat, Huo was already following the pilot's wife around the side, climbing aboard the merchant's vessel, and as Huang looked at her, he turned away, too pained by his love for her to be able to say goodbye. He felt like his spirit was leaving his body, and was so choked with sobs that he couldn't speak. Just then, the mooring rope on the merchant's boat was untied, the vessel departing as swiftly as a soaring arrow. Huang made a great cry, wanting to chase after it. The pilot wasn't monitoring this, so he turned the boat towards the south. In a flash, Huang reached the edge of the river, carrying the money with him along the shore. The pilot quickly directed the unmoored boat on its course. Huang stared after it, feeling cut off and stifled, then just sat down, without any place he could consider home, watching the waters of the river surging along, like a volley of 10,000 arrows. Then he covered his eyes and wept for a while, till suddenly he heard a delicate voice cry out, "Master Huang!" Astounded, he turned to look, and there was Huo, already standing before him. Overjoyed, he slung the money over his back and followed after her, asking, "How did you get back here so quickly?" "If I'd delayed for long," she replied with a laugh, "you'd have suspected the worst." Huang then began to realize that Huo was truly someone extraordinary, and insistently asked her to explain it all. Huo laughed, and replied, "My whole life, I've bankrupted the stingy and driven the arrogant crazy. If I'd explained the scheme to you, would you have gone along with it? No, you'd have resisted selling me, and then where could you have gotten 1,000 taels? Now your money bag's full, and I've been returned to you, so you've been quite fortunate. What else is there to ask about?" Subsequently they hired some servants to carry their bags, collected everything together, and left. They came to a floodgate, and past it was a house facing the south, so they followed the path leading up to it. Presently they encountered an elderly couple, along with their son and his wife, who all rushed out to welcome them, crying, "Master Huang has arrived." Huang went inside with the couple, who were clearly Huo's parents. Two young men, who bowed respectfully and then sat down to chat with Huang, proved to be Huo's elder brother, Dalan, and younger brother, Songling. There weren't many different food items set up for their feasting, but 4 jade platters were almost completely full. Chicken, crab, goose, and fish had all been cut into delicate, individual slices. The young men then took an enormous bowl and served a round of wine to their guest, while their ensuing conversation proved bold and unrestrained. Later on, they led him into another courtyard, where Huang and Huo could sleep together. Their quilts and pillows were smooth and soft, their bedding consisting of cured leather over palm fiber and rattan. The next day, the maidservants of Huo's mother laid out 3 meals for them, and Huo figured it was probably a good opportunity for them not to have to go out all day long. Huang, however, suffered from boredom, saying over and over that he wanted to go home, while Huo insisted that they stay. One day, she told Huang, "Now here's a plan for you, purchase someone who can bear you a male heir. But buying a concubine can be quite expensive, so you could pretend you've made me your adoptive sister, then ask my father to help set up a marriage for you, and it wouldn't be difficult to get a girl from a decent family." Huang told her he couldn't do it. Huo, however, refused to listen to this. A certain scholar named Zhang, who'd experienced some degree of success in the imperial civil service examinations, happened to have a daughter who'd recently been widowed, and decided to marry her off for 100 strings of cash, so Huo with effort persuaded Huang to marry her. The widow's childhood name was Ame, and she was quite sweet. Huo called her sister-in-law. Huang felt weird and uncomfortable about it, but Huo remained quite placid. Another day, she told Huang, "I'm about to leave for Nanhai with my elder sister, to visit our aunt, and I'll be back in a month, so meanwhile please live peacefully as a couple with sister-in-law." Then she left. Huang and Ame lived by themselves in one of the courtyards, where they were regularly brought food and drink that happened to be very elaborately prepared. However, since the day that Ame had married into the family, no one had ever visited their room. Every morning, Ame would go to see Huo's mother, say a few words, and then withdraw. The wives of Dalan and Songling would just watch this and laugh. Even if they invited her to stay a while, they wouldn't talk to her about anything. Whenever he saw Huo's father, Huang behaved just as Mei did. It happened that all the men in the household had assembled to have a conversation, and when Huang arrived, all of the others fell silent. Huang suspected that they just found him boring, but couldn't bring themselves to tell him so. Mei could tell how he felt, so she asked him, "If you treat the others like your elder and younger brothers, then why, after a month here, do they all treat you like a stranger?" For a moment, Huang was unable to answer, and then, stifling his laughter, he replied, "I've been an outsider for 10 years, so now I can finally begin to consider this home." Mei then discreetly investigated whether her parents-in-law were indeed from a powerful and distinguished family, and also tried to find out where her sisters-in-law lived. Huang was mortified, and couldn't conceal his embarrassment, till she finally exposed the inside story. "Though my family may be poor," she told him tearfully, "at least I'm not some kind of debased concubine, nor so strange about everything I do that I've become as loathed and despised as these people are." Underscore 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 un. Nanhai, identified by Zhu as an islet in the Pearl River, 2:1097 and 47. Huang was so aghast that he had no idea about what course to take, other than to kneel before Mei and listen to whatever she would suggest. She stopped her tears, then turned and asked to live elsewhere. "I don't know how to plan otherwise," Huang replied, "unless I leave here alone and you stay with your father." "How could I possibly bear returning home again, after we've been married?" said Mei. "Though she was with you first, she didn't have the formal ceremony with you, and though I arrived after her, I've finished the public ceremony with you. Wouldn't it be better to wait till she returns from visiting her aunt, and then ask her afterwards to explain things, like why she had you by me?" They lived there for several more months, but in the end, Huo still hadn't returned. One night, they heard the sounds of boisterous drinking coming from the guest house. Huang stealthily went to steal a peek, and saw 2 visitors in military garb sitting down. One man was wearing the skin of a leopard wrapped around him, and seemed as awe-inspiring as a deity. His host took a tiger's head, which had been made into a helmet, and put it on, so the tiger's mouth was at his forehead, completely covering up his nose and ears. Astounded, Huang returned and told Mei, and in the end they didn't even have any conjectures about who Huo's father and brothers really were. The apprehensive couple discussed the fact that they wanted to rent their own place to live, then worried that someone there might figure out what they were pondering. Huang declared, "I'll say this for sure, darling, even the family member who went to visit relatives in the South Sea came back, and I just can't make this place my home any longer. I want to take you away, but I'm afraid your father just wouldn't agree to it, so I could leave for 2 years, and then come back for you. If you can stand to wait for me, then please do so, if not, then it's okay for you to choose someone else." Mei wanted to go tell Huo's parents about their intentions, and to go with Huang, but he wouldn't agree to it. As Mei's tears began to fall, he reassured her of his faithful devotion to her, then left. Huang subsequently went in to take his leave of Huo's parents. At the time, all of the other men had gone out, so Huo's father urged him to stay and wait for their return, but Huang wouldn't hear of it and went on his way. As he sadly climbed into a boat, his strength and vigor seemed to fail him. When they came to Guazhou, he turned his head all of a sudden and saw a sailboat appear, speeding like the wind. As it drew closer, he could see the figure of Huo Dalan seated in the prow, brandishing a sword. From a distance he cried, "If you really want to go back, then why didn't you say so? If you abandon your wife here, how do you know whether she can wait around for 2 or 3 years?" By the time he finished speaking, his boat had already drawn nigh. Mei herself stepped out from inside the boat, while Dalan drew them up close to Wang's boat, and then she jumped out and departed. Before all this, after Huang had left, as Mei turned to Huo's father and mother, tearfully explaining Wang's departure, Dalan, carrying swords at both sides, suddenly drove a carriage up to the gate, and compelled Aimee to accompany her husband on a long trip. The whole family was so frightened by his voice that no one dared gasp, or attempt to resist or to question him. When she explained to Huang what had happened, he didn't understand how it was possible, but he was overjoyed to be reunited with Aimee, so he paid his boat fare and sent it on its way. Once they returned home, Huang took out some money to start a business, and was so widely praised for it that he became wealthy. Aimee often felt concerned about her parents, and wanted Huang to go and find out how they were doing. Then she became worried that he might come back with Huo, forcing the two of them into conflict over who was the proper wife and who the concubine. Underscore 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 un. Guazhu, a town near Zhenjiang, in Jiangsu province, where the Grand Canal enters the Yangtze River. After they'd been living there a while, Aimee's father, old Zhang, came for a visit, and when he saw their trim and well-maintained house, he felt very comforted, and told his daughter, "After you went out the gate, I went to visit the Huo family to find out more about them, but I saw that their gate was already bolted shut, and the caretaker said he didn't know anything about it, noting that it'd been 6 months since he'd had any news of them. Day and night, your mother has wept, saying that villains were planning to destroy you, but didn't know what to do about it. Isn't it wonderfully fortunate that you're safe and sound now?" Huang then explained the situation to him, and that because of it, he'd guessed that the Huo family were deities. Aimee gave birth to a son whom they named Xianxi. When he was a teenager, his mother sent him to visit Zhenjiang, and when he arrived at Yangzhou, he went to an inn, following all the people coming and going from it. There was a woman who arrived and entered Xianxi's room, pulled aside the curtain, embraced him on her knees, and with a smile asked him his name. The boy then told her. "What does your name mean?" she asked. "I don't know," replied Xianxi. "When you get home," the woman directed him, "ask your father if he's aware of its significance." Then she retied his hair, removing a flower from her own hair and inserting it into his. Next she took a gold bracelet and fastened it around the boy's wrist. After this, she took some gold and slipped it into his sleeve, telling him, "Go back and buy some books." An old servant went to the inn, but couldn't find the young master. He looked around until he came to Xianxi's room, where he heard the sound of people conversing, and when he peeked inside, he discovered Huo with the boy. Outside the curtain, someone made a small cough, seemingly signaling the servant's presence to her. Huo pushed the boy down onto his bed, distracted, then disappeared once again. The servant asked the innkeeper who she was, but he didn't know her. Underscore 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 un. Xianxi, his name means conferred by the immortals. Yangzhou, on the northern bank of the Yangtze River, opposite Zhenjiang, on the south bank. After several days, Xianxi returned home from Zhenjiang, told Huang what had happened, and then took out the gold and presented it to him. Huang began sighing over and over. When he made inquiries regarding Zhu, he learned that the man had been dead for 3 days, his corpse unburied, so Huang took pity on him and generously saw to his burial. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Was Huo an immortal?" She repeatedly exchanged one master for another, which wasn't chaste. But while she humbled the stingy and frustrated the lustful, she didn't do so without deliberation. Besides, since stingy people should be humbled, there's no need to feel pity for them. 321 The Certifier of Literary Trends. Wang Pingzi, from Pingyang, went to take the provincial-level Imperial Civil Service examination in the capital, and rented a place to live in Baoqiao Monastery. Inside the monastery there was a scholar from Yuhang who'd arrived earlier, so Wang took a room nearby for his residence, and then tried to pay him a visit. The scholar, however, simply didn't respond. Whenever they met each day, the scholar always acted ill-mannered. Wang became resentful of his arrogance, and cut off any further contact with him. One day, a young man walked into the monastery, dressed in a white robe and cap, and he looked quite striking as he approached. He came over to meet and talk with Wang, and as they spoke amiably, Wang came to respect the young man. He proceeded to ask him about his background, and the young man replied, "I'm from Dengzhou, and my name is Song." Wang told his servant to set up a seat for Song, and facing each other, they continued to laugh and chat. The Yuhang scholar happened to pass by, so both of them stood up to offer him their seats. The scholar quietly took a seat, but he still wasn't even the least bit polite. Finally he asked Song, "So you're also here to take the examination?" Underscore 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 un. Pingyang, a prefecture in Pu's time, now the city of Linfen in Shandong province. Baoqiao, the monastery's name is a verb meaning to dedicate the self to the nation's service. Dengzhou, part of modern Penglai County, Shandong Province. "No, I'm not," replied Song. "I'm a person of mediocre talent, and haven't entertained such lofty aspirations for a long time." "Then what province are you from?" the scholar persisted. Song identified his hometown. "Oh well, that proves your being prudent. Shandong and Shaanxi men are never sufficiently refined and well-versed in literature," replied the scholar. "While few of us indeed in northern Shandong have mastered these things," Song commented, "such failure may not be equally true for me. Many of you in the south have mastered them, but that may not necessarily be true for you." As he finished speaking, Wang broke into applause. He shouted his approval, and thereupon burst into laughter. The Yuhang scholar, angry and embarrassed, raised his eyebrows and pushed up his sleeves, demanding in a loud voice, "Do you dare assign us a topic here and now, so we can each write an examination quality essay to compare?" Song turned to him with a smile and replied, "Of course I would dare." Then he hurried to the place where he was staying, picked up a copy of Confucius Analects, and passed it to Wang. Wang took it in hand and opened it, pointing to the words, "A youth from the K village would carry messages for the master." The scholar stood up and asked for writing materials. Song pulled him aside and said, "You can just recite something. I've already analyzed the passage and composed a response." Visitors coming and going there saw him, but not a one of them knew who he was. Wang held his belly and roared with laughter. Underscore 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 un. A youth from the K village. This comes from the Analects 14.44. In the Ames and Rosemont translation, it continues, "Someone asked Confucius, is he making any progress? The master replied, I have seen him sitting in places reserved for his seniors, and have seen him walking side by side with his elders. This is someone intent on growing up quickly rather than on making progress." 183. Song's response clearly mocks the self-important Yuhang scholar. The scholar angrily replied, "You're completely unskilled at literature, and all you can do is hurl insults, so how dare you behave like this?" Wang tried to be conciliatory, suggesting that it might be better to select another theme. Accordingly, he turned to the text again and read, "There were 3 selfless men during the Shang dynasty." Song stood and responded, "The 3 didn't all choose the same path, but they all did the same thing. What was it, then, that they all had in common?" "Selflessness," replied Wang. "If you're selfless, and that's what matters, what difference does it make whether you choose the same path as others?" The Yuhang scholar wouldn't have anything to do with the topic, so he just got up and declared, "His comment shows he has no aptitude for literature." Then he left. Wang hence respected Song even more. He invited Song to share his room, and while he was originally very fond of him, he was now sure that they'd be friends for good, so he finally took out all of his writings to ask for Song's comments on them. Song quickly schemed through it, and in 15 minutes had already finished reading more than 100 of them, commenting, "So you're also fond of the literary path? But when you write, be sure to do so without thought of passing the examination. If you do, your work will be of inferior quality." Then he picked up and read through Wang's remaining writings one by one, offering his opinion of them. Underscore 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 un. There were 3 selfless men. This is from Analects 18.1. The reference is to 3 men who followed their consciences while serving the infamous King Zhou, last of the Shang, 1075 to 1046 BCE, rulers. Wang was greatly pleased, and treated Song as his teacher. He sent a cook to make some sugar dumplings for him. Song consumed them and replied, "I've never tasted anything like this in my whole life, so I'll trouble you in days to come to allow me to experience some more of it." Following this, they got along very well together. For the next few days, whenever Song appeared, Wang made sure to set out some sweetened dumplings for him. If by chance the Yuhang scholar happened to run into them, he wasn't very inclined to talk, but his arrogant attitude would immediately collapse. One day, the Yuhang scholar took one of his composition exercises and showed it to Song. Song saw that the document was densely filled with friends' comments, and after passing his eyes over it, he pushed it across the tabletop without saying anything about it. The scholar suspected that he hadn't actually read it, so he asked him again to do so. Song replied that he'd already read it all. The scholar then figured that Song just didn't understand it. "What problem could there be in understanding it?" remarked Song. "It simply isn't very good." The Yuhang scholar demanded, "How can you possibly know if it's any good, when you've only given it a perfunctory reading?" Song proceeded then to recite the entire composition, as though he'd studied it for a long time, commenting throughout the recitation on its failings. The scholar felt ill at ease and began sweating, so he left without saying anything more. Moments later, Song left. The Yuhang scholar then re-entered, insistently pleading with Wang to take out the writings he'd shown Song. Wang refused. The scholar then began forcefully searching among Wang's essays that Song had evaluated, and settling upon one piece covered with comments, laughed at a particular mark and cried, "This one's as big as a sugar dumpling." Wang was so flummoxed by the remark that he didn't think anything further about it. The next day, when Song arrived, Wang told him everything that had happened. "I thought the Southerners will no longer appear. How dare he be so rude to you?" Song declared angrily. "He deserves a punishment." Wang made every effort to rationalize the scholar's behavior, hoping Song would take his advice to drop the matter, and hence Song felt a genuine respect for him. Subsequently, when they were back in their room, Wang showed some of his writing to Song, who praised it quite enthusiastically. It happened that when they were going to explore one of the monastery's pavilions, they noticed a blind monk sitting in a hallway, where he made his living as a doctor by selling medicine. In surprise, Song remarked, "Here's a rare fellow. His knowledge of literature is superlative, so you couldn't do better than to seek his advice." Accordingly, he told Wang to go back to their room and pick up the writing that he'd just shown him. On the way, he ran into the Yuhang scholar, who then came back with him. Wang called out teacher to the monk, to pay his respects to him. The monk thought he was asking for some medicine, and he began questioning him so he could make a diagnosis. Wang earnestly asked him if he would enlighten him about his writing. The monk laughed and said, "With whom am I speaking at such cross purposes? I can't see, so what could I contribute to a literary discussion?" Wang told him he could listen to him read, and then he wouldn't need to rely on his eyes. The monk replied, "3 compositions, more than 20,000 words. Who can bear to listen for so long? I don't know if you are willing to burn them, but I can use my nose then to examine them." Wang complied with the monk's proposal. As he set each composition on fire, the monk sniffed and nodded, then declared, in the first part, you were following the example of the great philosophers, even if that wasn't clear to you at the time, and your writing is very similar to theirs. I'll gladly accept your work all the way down into my spleen. Underscore 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 un. The Southerners will no longer appear. In Chapter 90 of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, after Man chieftain Meng Huo has been captured and released by Zhuge 7 times, the former rebel declares, Your Excellency's divine prestige ensures that the South will not rebel again. Luo 1081. Song implies that the Yuhang scholar has been similarly captured and released multiple times, but shows no gratitude to Song for having spared him greater humiliation. Wang asked, Can I succeed in the civil service examination? You most certainly can, he replied. The Yuhang scholar didn't believe that the monk could really read essays this way, so he took some of the writings of ancient academics, and burned them to test the monk. Once again the monk sniffed the burning writing, and cried, Excellent! This writing is extremely impressive to me, quite inimitable, how well you must understand things to manage this. The scholar felt quite astonished, so he began burning some of his own writing. I understand its skill, the monk continued, but I can't quite see what it's saying as a whole and why, suddenly, does this other work seem like it's coming from some other person. The scholar made up an excuse, a friend was responsible for the previous writing, but this is now my own writing. The monk sniffed its burnt ashes, made several coughing sounds and exclaimed, Don't do that again. The two are incompatible and can't be compared, though I tried hard to separate the reactions of my chest to it from the reactions of my bowels. If you continue to burn that writing, I'll throw up. The scholar felt ashamed and withdrew. After several days, the list of successful examination candidates was released, and the Yuhang scholar had passed the civil service examination at the provincial level, while Wang had failed the exam. The scholar met up with Wang, then they walked over together to tell the monk. Sighing, the monk said, My eyes may be blind, but not my nose. Those officials who judged the examination essays were the ones with blind noses. As soon as the Yuhang scholar showed up, he remarked, Still blind, and are you also still eating the sugar dumplings? Now that I've finished so successfully, what do you think about it? I'm here to discuss literature, replied the monk, not your fate. If you obtained an essay from every local official, and then burned each of them, I'd know immediately which of them taught you. The scholar took Wang with him to look for some sample essays, and they were able to convene 8 or 9 of the men. In the event that you're wrong, said the scholar, how shall we punish you? The monk angrily cried, Cut out my blind eyes and go. The scholar then set fire to the essays, burning a number of them, while the monk rejected each of them. When he came to the 6th sheet of writing, the monk suddenly turned to the wall and vomited mightily, then farted like thunder. The crowd of men all grinned broadly. The monk rubbed his eyes, then turned to the Yuhang scholar and said, So that's truly who taught you? I couldn't tell at first, but then suddenly I could smell it foully stabbing my nose and jabbing at my stomach, till I couldn't control my innards, and the stinking truth came out both ends. The outraged scholar cried, You'll see the truth tomorrow, you'll be sorry, you'll be sorry. 2 or 3 days went by, and the scholar hadn't come back. When they went to look in his room, they found that he'd already moved out. Then they verified that the scholar had indeed been the pupil of the official whose essay made the monk sick. Song reassured Wang, Ordinarily, as scholars, I consider it inappropriate for us to blame anyone else for our failures, and hence we should be very strict with ourselves. If we don't blame others, then we make ourselves ever greater, and if we control ourselves, then we improve ourselves even faster. You're frustrated right now, and there might have been bad luck contributing to that, but if you stay calm and we talk things over, even though it's disappointing that your writing hasn't yet reached its peak, we can sharpen your skills henceforth, till the world can't remain blind to your merits. Wang respectfully showed his gratitude to Song. When Wang heard that the triennial provincial level imperial civil service examination would be held the following year, he decided not to return home, but to stay and study with Song as his teacher. "The cost of living is very high in the capital," said Song, "but don't worry about expenses. Behind this building there's a pit with gold in it that you can use." Then he showed Wang the place. Wang thanked him, saying, "In the past, Dou Yi and Fan's Hongyan were poor, and yet they were both incorruptibly honest, so how could I dare defile myself by using it when I can still provide for myself?" One day, Wang drank some wine and fell asleep, so his servant approached a cook about stealing some of the fortune. Wang suddenly woke up, and heard some sounds coming from behind the building. He crept outside, noticing a pile of gold on the ground. As soon as the other two saw that their scheme had been exposed, they cowered in submission. Then as he was scolding them in reproof, he noticed a golden wine vessel on the pile, with characters engraved on it, and as he examined it closely, he discovered that they spelled out his grandfather's name. Among Wang's relatives, his grandfather had been an official in the south, but when he entered the capital to take up residence there, he fell violently ill and died, and in the process, his wealth had been lost. Underscore 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 un. Dou Yi and Fan's Hongyan. Dou was a Song dynasty, 960-1279, fisherman who became a minister of public works thanks to his upright virtue and generosity. Zhu 3:1105n62. Fan, 989-1052, was born poor but achieved a position of authority through his diligent scholarship. He used that position to deliver outspoken critiques of the Prime Minister, and to advocate reforms, until he was driven out of office for his efforts. Wang felt jubilant, and with some scales he determined the gold's weight to be over 800 liang. He told Song the next morning, showed him the golden wine vessel, and wanted to divide the gold with him, but Song firmly declined the offer, so Wang gave up the idea. Then he took 100 taels in hopes of giving the money to the blind monk, but the monk had already left. Several months elapsed, while Wang studied diligently, pushing himself harder and harder. As the examination approached, Song told him, "If you don't succeed in this examination, then that must be your fate." Presently, when Wang took the examination, he was dismissed for violating some of the rules. He didn't say anything about it, but Song began weeping loudly, unable to stop himself. Wang tried to console him. Song replied, "I've been abandoned by my fate, so my whole life stops right here, and now I've worn out a good friend. It's my destiny. It's yours, too. Everyone has their own inherent talents," said Wang. "Just as you have no plans to take the examination to advance yourself, my failure means that this isn't to be part of our fate." Song wiped away his tears and told him, "For a long time I've wanted to say something, but I was afraid that you might find it startling. I'm not a living person, but a wandering ghost, drifting aimlessly. I had a reputation for talent when I was young, but I just couldn't keep my mind on things in the examination hall. Then I went a little crazy and entered the capital, hoping that someone would acknowledge me by reading my writing. In 1644, I met with disaster and was killed, so year after year, I've been drifting around since then. It was my good fortune to become close friends with you, which is why I've done my utmost to encourage your studies, for throughout my life, I wasn't able to fulfill my hopes, thus I truly want to help my dear friend succeed. Now that your writing has suffered a setback like this, how can I feel indifferent about it? Underscore 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 un. 800 liang, with a liang approximately equal to an ounce, Wang's looking at about 16 pounds of gold. 1644. Killed, Song's death is undoubtedly linked to the Manchu overthrow of the Ming government and establishment of the Qing dynasty in 1644. Wang was also moved to tears, and asked plaintively, "Why are talented persons forced to take inferior positions?" Last year, Song told him, the Emperor of Heaven entrusted Confucius to help the Hell King check for the ghosts of disaster victims, and those of superior ability were given official positions, while those of inferior talent were sent back to the world to be reincarnated. I've already been recruited, but I haven't reported to take my position because I wanted to see you succeed in the examination. Now I have to say farewell to you. What kind of position have you been given? Asked Wang. Song explained, the Zitong office was lacking a certifier of literary trends, and now there's a deaf servant temporarily in charge of the paperwork, which is why the examination decision went against you, so perhaps there's a chance I can contact Confucius to help rectify the situation. The next day, Song gleefully arrived, declaring, "Our hopes have come to pass." After Confucius announced that he would order the examination topic to be made discussion of the relationship between human nature and heavenly law in Confucian thought, he was pleased when he re-examined my writing, and said I could continue working as certifier of literary trends. When the Hell King examined his records, he said he wanted to throw me out for my improper writing. Underscore 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 un. Zitong Office, Zhangyazi, from Mt. Kekwu, Zitong County, Sichuan Province, who died in war, c. 374 CE, during the Jin dynasty, was honored with a shrine on Mt. Kekwu. In 1316, the Yuan dynasty Emperor Ren gave him the title, Imperial Sovereign Wen Chang, acknowledging that he'd long been honored by people as a deity, and is now considered a patron spirit of academic endeavors. After Confucius made an argument defending me, I received the position. When I'd finished thanking him, he called me forward to his desk, and encouraged me, "Because I cherish your talent, I tried to help you to secure the position. You'd best purify your heart and make sacrifices in gratitude for the position, so as not to be tripped up by past faults." Thus it's evident that in the underworld, even more importance is attached to moral integrity than to literature. You may not be a proficient scholar, but your virtue is almost perfect. Wang wondered, if that's really so, then why was that deceitful Yuhang fellow successful? "I don't know," replied Song. "Inevitably, the underworld doesn't fail to reward or punish anyone. The blind monk whom we approached before is also a ghost, from an illustrious family in the previous dynasty. Because he wantonly discarded written documents of all kinds, he was punished with blindness. He wanted to cure people's illnesses in repayment for his previous guilt, so that's why he wanders the streets." Wang ordered some wine to be set out. "That's not necessary," said Song. "All year round, I've been trespassing on your hospitality, and now that I have only a short time left, if you'll just give me some sugar dumplings again, that'll be enough." Wang was so saddened that he wouldn't eat anything, so he made Song sit down and eat alone. In moments, he'd already finished 3 dishes, patted his stomach with both hands, and then declared, "This meal was enough to last me for 3 days, and I'm doing this in commemoration of your virtue. If you turn from where we've been eating, and check all along the back of this building, you'll find some mushrooms already growing there. Hide them, then later make them into some medicine, and you can use them to increase your son's intelligence." Wang asked when they would meet again, and Song answered, "Since I have official responsibilities, it would arouse suspicion if we met. Would it help to pour libations of wine in the Zitong temple, to express my good wishes for you?" Wang asked. "That would be pointless," replied Song. "The 9th heaven is far, far away, but if you lead an upright life and act forthrightly, some local underworld official will surely report it to me, and I'll know about it." When he finished speaking, he took his leave of Wang and vanished. Wang looked behind the building and found some purple mushrooms growing there, so he picked them and hid them. Beside the building there was a new tomb, shaped like a sugar dumpling. Wang returned home, becoming even more hardworking and self-motivated. One night, he dreamed that Song arrived in a covered carriage to tell him, because of a petty resentment in a former life, you killed a maidservant by mistake, which cut you off from good fortune and reputation, but now your honest behavior has already negated that action. Moreover, your bad luck isn't going to be sufficient to interfere with your receiving an official appointment. That year, he was successful in the local examinations. The following year, he went even further by triumphing in the provincial level civil service examination. Thus he no longer had to take any examinations. He had 2 sons, one of whom was hopelessly dumb until he ate the mushrooms and became extremely intelligent. Afterwards, taking the opportunity to visit Jinling, Wang ran into the Yuhang scholar while traveling, and being reunited after such a long separation, the scholar ingratiated himself obsequiously to Wang, though his hair was now speckled with grey. The collector of these strange tales remarks, the Yuhang scholar brazenly bragged about himself, and though his writing might not be worthless, his prideful attitude made people find him unbearable. Heaven had long been disgusted with him, and thus even ghosts took part in mocking him. Only the official responsible for the smelly writing, that was so repulsive to the blind monk, judged the Yuhang scholar to be a successful examinee. Underscore 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 un. 9th heaven, the highest celestial realm. Jinling, now the city of Nanjing, in Jiangsu province. 322 The Ugly Fox. Scholar Mu was from Changsha. His family was poor and couldn't even afford winter clothing. One night he was sitting around, bored, when a woman entered, dressed in dazzlingly beautiful clothing, but possessing a dark, ugly face. "Aren't you cold?" she asked, smiling. The startled Mu asked her who she was, and she explained, "I'm a fox immortal. I felt sorry for you sitting here bored and lonely, so I decided to visit you so we could make your cold bed warm together." Mu was scared since she was a fox, and he was repulsed by her ugliness, so he began yelling for help. She took a tail of silver and placed it on his table, saying, "If you'll agree to our making love, you can take this as a present." Mu was pleased at this and complied with her request. There was no blanket for the mattress on the bed, so the woman used her lovely robe. As the dawn arrived, she got up and urged Mu, "With the tail I gave you, you can hurry off to the market to buy all the soft silk coverlets for the bed, warm clothing and food you need. If you're always kind to me, you'll never have to worry about being poor." Then she departed. Mu told his wife what had happened, and she was also quite pleased, so she headed off to the market to purchase the silk, to begin stitching it together. When the fox woman arrived that night, she saw the new bed covers lying there, and happily exclaimed, "Your wife worked so hard at this." The fox woman then gave her some money, too, as a reward. Following this, she came every night. Whenever she left, she always made sure to leave something for the couple. Underscore 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 un. Changsha, capital of Hunan province. In a year's time, Mu was living in a clean, well-constructed house, and he and his wife were dressed in splendid clothing, thanks to the gifts of their patroness. The woman gradually began leaving them less money, which resulted in the return of Mu's feelings of disgust for her, so he hired a Daoist magician to come and put up paper talismans on their doors to ward off the fox. The woman ripped them to shreds with her teeth and cast them aside, then entered and pointed at Mu, crying, "So you've turned your back on your pledge to love me, despite all I've done for you. These things can't do anything to me. If you can't stand to see me, I'll just leave on my own. But if our ties are to be severed, I demand that you repay me for everything I gave you." Then she left in a rage. Mu was frightened, so he went to tell the deist what had happened. The deist began to set up an altar, but before he was even finished, he suddenly fell to the ground, with blood running down his cheek. When Mu looked more closely, he found that one of the deist's ears had been cut off. Everyone there was horrified, and ran off in a panic. The deist, too, covered his wound and fled. Stones the size of tubs were flung into the house, ruining doors, windows, cookware, and serving vessels. Mu hid under a bed, cowering in a heavy sweat as he presently saw the woman come in, carrying in her arms some beast that had a large cat's head and a very small dog's tail. Then as she set it down next to the bed, she whistled to it and commanded, "Zixi! Bite the feet off that villain!" The thing began gnashing at Mu's shoe, its teeth as sharp as blades. The terrified Mu tried to pull his extremities further into his hiding place, but his forelimbs felt paralyzed. Then the beast began chewing at his toes, making a sound like knives clashing. The pain was so severe that Mu cried for the woman to make it stop. "Then take out every precious thing you possess," she insisted, "and leave nothing hidden." Mu agreed to comply. "Ha ha!" exclaimed the woman. The beast then stopped. Mu couldn't stand up, so he told her where to find the items. The woman went to look for them, finding pearls, coins, and fine clothing, as well as more than 200 taels. Feeling that she was still missing some things, she once again called to the beast, "Zixi!" The thing started biting the scholar again. Wailing, Mu begged for mercy. The woman set a deadline of 10 days for him to repay her 600 taels. Mu promised to do so, so the woman then picked the beast up in her arms and left. After a long while, the family members gradually gathered, and together they reached under the bed and pulled Mu out, his feet drenched in dark blood, for he'd lost 2 toes. When they looked around the house, they found it completely emptied of valuables, and only the worn-out quilt that they'd replaced earlier that year remained. They took it then and covered Mu, telling him to rest. Later, in fearful anticipation of the woman's return in 10 days, Mu sold their only remaining commodities, maidservants and clothing, until they had enough to pay the stipulated amount. When the specified time had elapsed, the woman indeed returned. Mu quickly handed over the money, and without saying a word, she left. From that point forward, their relationship was terminated. With medicine, Mu's wounded feet began to heal after about 6 months, and his family was once again as destitute as they'd been originally. The fox meanwhile approached a villager named Yu. Yu was engaged in farming, and his family didn't have much money. Within 3 years, he was able to contribute grain to the government in exchange for an official position, to purchase a sprawling compound of houses that were all linked, and to wear magnificent clothing which, 6 months earlier, had been owned by the Mu family. When Mu witnessed this, he didn't dare ask about it. He happened to be out in the country one day when he ran into the fox woman, so he knelt abjectly in the path before her. She didn't say a word, but took 5 or 6 taels that were wrapped up in cloth and tossed them aside, then turned around in the path and walked away. After Yu died an early death, the woman continued to appear at his home, and following every visitation, money and silk would be missing. Finally, when Yu's son saw her coming, he bowed respectfully in obeisance to her, and greeted her, "Though father has passed away, his children are still yours, and even if you no longer have to care for us, how can you bear to make us poor?" The woman left then, and never came again. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "When this wicked beast shows up, a man should kill it without hesitation, but as long as Mu was receiving kindness from the fox, he shouldn't have deceived it, even though it wasn't human." There's the example of the noble who was helped once by Zhao Meng, then later wished to kill him, but couldn't succeed because Zhao was a virtuous hero. These men had no feelings of love for the fox woman, and merely craved the rich rewards she could give them. Once they saw the money, they looked pleased, for it was what they desired, but wouldn't they have hesitated if they'd known it might cost them their lives, or disgrace their families? We feel downhearted about such greedy men, who deserve their sad endings. underscore 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 un. Zhaomeng, Zhao Dun, a spring and autumn period, 777 to 476 BCE, government minister, whose courtesy name was Meng, was the target of 3 failed assassination attempts suborned by a duke named Ling. The first assassin killed himself by smashing his head into a tree rather than murder the exemplary Zhao. The other 2 attempts were thwarted by Shi Miming, whom Zhao had once rescued from starvation. Miming tipped Zhao off when he was about to ambushed while returning home, and on another occasion, he killed a fierce mastiff that had been set loose to maul Zhao. Mayors 19. 323 Lu Wubing. Master Sun Qi, of Luoyang, married the daughter of prefectural chief Zhang, and they got along very well. When she died at the tragically young age of 20, Sun found his grief insurmountable. He left home to live in a house in the mountains. It happened one day to be overcast and rainy, so Sun was taking an afternoon nap, and there was no one else in the room. Suddenly, as he rolled over, he saw the room's curtain pulled aside to expose a woman's feet, and wondering at this, he asked who was there. The woman lifted the curtain and entered, appearing to be 18 or 19 years old, her attire simple and neat, but looking rather dusky and pockmarked, like the daughter of a poor family. Reasoning that she must be from somewhere down in the village, he called out to her, "Rather than entering my room, you should just tell the servants if you need something." "I'm not a villager," she replied, with a little laugh, "and my family, surnamed Lu, is from Shandong. My father's a literary scholar. My birth name is Wubing. I'm following my family as we move our home, since my parents have already gone on ahead. I envy you being part of an influential family with a reputation as scholars, and I want you to be Kongcheng, so I can be your literary servant." Underscore 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 un. Luoyang, city located in western Henan province. Sun smiled and said, "Your persuasion is elegant. But I'm rather unsettled in my living arrangements, and truly it would be inappropriate now, since after I return home, I should probably get married again." The woman hesitated, but then pressed forward, "Since I rate myself as your inferior, how could I possibly hope to aspire to a wife's status? You can rely on me to prepare your desk with whatever you need me to bring you, and you'll see that I won't mix up the books that I carry over to you. It should be an auspicious day when I hire you as a servant," said Sunday. Then he pointed to a shelf, directing her to pick out the 4th volume of the almanac in order to test her. Wubing glanced through a number of books, then found it. Having previously glanced outside the room, she crept over to him, grinning as she said, "Today, the stars are saying that there aren't any inauspicious signs." Sun was moved to relent a bit, agreeing to shelter her in the house. Since she had nothing better to do, Wubing dusted off his desk and put his books in good order, lit some incense, and wiped clean his cooking cauldron, until the entire house was bright and clean. Sun was pleased with all this. When night arrived, Sun sent a servant to prepare a place for Wubing to stay. Wubing bowed her head and looked at the ground, eagerly attentive to his instructions. Not until he told her to go to bed did she pick up a candle and leave. Then at midnight he was awakened by what felt like someone lying in his bed beside him. Reaching out with his hand, he discovered it was Wubing, so he grabbed and shook her. Underscore 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 un. Kongcheng, the courtesy name of Zheng Xian, 127 to 200 CE, a Confucian scholar during the Eastern Han, 25 to 220 CE, dynasty. She jumped up, startled, and stood at the foot of his bed. "What are you doing sleeping here, instead of someplace else?" asked Sunday. Wu Bing replied, I'm prone to feeling frightened. Sun took pity on her, and allowed her to lie down in his bed. Almost immediately, he heard her breathing, like wind rustling quietly through lotus flowers, a rare sound. He called to her as she rested on the pillow they were sharing, unaware of how frantically his heart was beating. Gradually they ended up under the same quilt, which greatly delighted Sunday. He began thinking that it wouldn't be very wise to hide her from others, but taking her home with him would also cause problems. Sun had an aunt on his mother's side, who lived only about 10 or so gates away, so he planned to send Wu Bing there, and then he could visit subsequently to solicit the aunt's opinions. Wu Bing approved of this plan, and accordingly told him, I know your auntie well enough that I don't need for you to send me over, I'd be pleased to approach her myself. With Sun accompanying her, they climbed over the wall and left. Sun's aunt was an elderly widow. Before dawn, as the old lady got up to answer the door, Wu Bing opened it and came in. The widow asked what she was after, and Wu Bing replied, I'm doing as your nephew told me, auntie. The young master wants to return home, but it's a long way to travel, and he's tired, as well as short of money, so he sent me in to see whether I might temporarily stay here. The old lady believed her, and hence told her she could stay. Sun returned home and announced that there was a maidservant in his aunt's household whom he'd been given, so he sent a servant to pick her up and bring her back, and later, whether Sun was sleeping or working, she accompanied him all the time. As time passed, Sun fell in love with her more and more, eventually making her officially his concubine. Every time some famous family came to propose a marriage to Sun, he'd refuse, till it seemed clear that he wasn't planning to marry as long as he lived. Wu Bing realized this, and earnestly advised Sun to take a wife, thus he agreed to wed a woman from the Su family, though he still loved only Wu Bing. The woman Sun married was very virtuous, with the consequence that she never fought with Wu Bing, and Wu Bing's involvement with the other wife became ever more respectful, hence the proper wife and the concubine lived together in loving harmony. Su gave birth to a son named Ajian, whom Wu Bing loved and cared for as if she'd given birth to him herself. When he reached the age of 3, the boy no longer needed his wet nurse, so he'd go into Wu Bing's quarters, refusing to leave her, and even his mother was unable to call him back. Before long, Su fell ill and died. As she was on her deathbed, she urged Sun, since Wu Bing loves Ajian more than anyone, you need to have her declared his true mother, and then you should give her my place as your proper wife. Once she'd been buried, and Sun was just about to carry out her request, he told all of his relatives his intentions, but they all protested that he mustn't do it. Wu Bing also firmly resisted the idea, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. In town, the daughter of Minister of Personnel Wang had recently become a widow, and so Wang conveyed a proposal of marriage to Sunday. Sun really didn't want to marry her, so Wang reiterated the proposal. The matchmaker reported that the daughter was attractive, and Sun's relatives admired Wang's prominence, so they all insisted that he accept the proposal. Sun had misgivings, but finally agreed to the marriage. The woman did indeed look gorgeous, but she was extremely conceited, and when she tried on new clothing, far too much of it disgusted or displeased her, in which case she always destroyed or discarded it. Sun treated her with love and respect, but this didn't seem to alter her behavior. A few months after she entered his home, she began acting without authority to grant herself control of the house, and though Wu Bing had been there first, the new wife complained about everything she did. Eventually her anger shifted to her husband, fighting with him any number of times. It distressed Sun, so he began sleeping alone. This made the new wife even angrier. When Sun finally couldn't stand it any longer, he used the pretext that he had to go to the capital on business in order to escape from his wife's unpleasantness. The wife blamed Wu Bing for his decision to make the long journey. Wu Bing was respectful and careful around her, expecting her to change her attitude, but the wife remained displeased. At night, when the wife ordered Wu Bing to sleep at the foot of her bed, Ajian always rushed in to be together with her. Whenever the wife would yell for Wu Bing to get up, the boy always cried. The wife, exasperated, consequently cursed at the boy. Wu Bing would then quickly call for the wet nurse to come and stay with the child, to comfort him, but if she tried to force him to be quiet, he'd only wail more loudly. The angry wife consequently would cruelly beat him countless times, and only then was he allowed to leave with the wet nurse. Ajian therefore became sick with fear of her, and stopped eating. The wife prohibited Wu Bing from seeing him. After the boy had been crying for days, the wife finally scolded his nurse, and made her stop comforting the boy. Exhausted from crying, Ajian gasped a request for something to drink. The wife warned the nurse not to give him anything. After sunset, Wu Bing watched until the wife was no longer there, and then secretly went to give the boy something to drink. As soon as Ajian saw her, he tossed aside the water and grabbed onto her robe, crying loudly without stopping. When the wife heard this, she roared in anger as she came out of her room. Listening to the sound of her anger, the boy stopped his tears, sprang to his feet, and then suddenly breathed his last. Wu Bing burst into racking sobs. The wife furiously screamed, "You cheap, ugly slave! How dare you threaten me with the child's death? It doesn't matter that this thing was an infant of the Sun family, even if the child of a noble family had been killed, as the daughter of Minister Wang, I could still quash the matter." Wu Bing then took a deep breath and suppressed her tears long enough to beg the wife to let her carry out the proper funeral rites. The wife refused to allow it, and immediately ordered the body to be disposed of. Once the wife left, Wu Bing furtively hugged the boy, whose 4 limbs were still warm, and privately told his nurse, "If you can leave here quickly, wait for me for a few moments in the open area outside, and I'll soon follow. If Ajian is dead, we'll bury him, but if Ajian still lives, we can care for him." "I'm ready," replied the nurse. Wu Bing then went to her room, took out her hairpins and earrings of any value, and hurried off to rejoin the nurse. As they examined the boy together, they found that he was already reviving. The 2 women were overjoyed, then hurried away to the house of Sun's aunt. Though the nurse began to worry that Wu Bing's tiny steps would make it impossible for her to catch up, while Wu Bing actually hurried ahead to wait for her, the older woman felt as if she were being swept up in a whirlwind, and vigorously zipped along, full of energy. Sometime during the second watch, Ajian became critically ill, and they couldn't keep on going as they had before. Thus they directed their steps towards a village, where they came to the farm belonging to an old man's family, and waited outside the gates until daybreak. They pounded on the door and asked to rent a room, taking out the hairpins and earrings to offer instead of money, then summoned a shaman and a doctor, but Ajian was so ill that he couldn't be cured. Wu Bing hid her tears and told the nurse, "You take good care of the boy, while I go and search for his father." The nurse worried that it was both reckless and absurd to head off on such a quest, but by then Wu Bing had already vanished into the darkness. The nurse found this utterly astonishing. Underscore 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 un. Tiny steps, a consequence of the cultural practice of foot binding. The second watch, the second of 5 2-hour divisions of the night, from 9 to 11 p.m. That same day, Sun had been in the capital, and was resting on his bed when a sad-looking Wu Bing entered his room. Startled, Sun jumped up and cried, "I just now fell asleep, and you've already entered my dreams." Wu Bing clasped his hand, choked up with sorrow, and stamped her feet in frustration since she was unable to utter a sound. This continued for a long, long time, till she was able to spit out the words, "I had to face 1,000 torments, but then I ran away with the boy to Yang." But then she couldn't finish the sentence, began sobbing loudly, and fell to the ground, dead. Sun was horrified, though he still suspected that it was all a dream. When he called his servants together to take a look, they found the clothes and shoes were all real, though it seemed so very strange that he just couldn't understand it. He gathered his belongings at once, and immediately began the journey home. When, afterwards, he heard from the wife that the boy had died and the concubine had fled with his body, he suffered an intense grief. When Sun began to blame the wife, she replied by asserting that the two of them deserved what had happened. Furious, Sun drew out his naked sword. The young and old maidservants tried to protect her, so he was unable to get close enough, and thus he just threw his sword from a distance. As the sword entered the wife's back and then pierced her forehead, blood pouring from her head wound, she screamed in response and ran out to inform her family of what had happened. Sun dragged her back inside and flogged her countless times till her clothes were torn to shreds, the pain from her wounds proving so great that she couldn't move out of the way of his blows. Sun sent instructions for his servants to watch over her in her room until she was sufficiently recovered for him to divorce her. When his wife's brothers heard about what had happened, in their anger they decided that the group of them would ride to pay a call at Sun's house. Sun gathered together his strongest servants and armed them to resist the assault. The brothers shouted curses at them all day long, then finally dispersed. Minister Wang was not pleased, and filed a suit against Sunday. Sun guardedly entered Luoyang, and personally went to the magistrate's office to answer the falsehoods that had been directed against him, testifying about his wife's wicked deeds. The magistrate couldn't just dismiss the matter, so he accompanied Sun to consult a Guangwen about an appropriate punishment, which pleased Wang. The Guangwen, Master Zhu, son of a prominent family, was upright and uncompromising. To uncover the facts, Zhu furiously declared, "Magistrate, sir, you may consider me to be the world's most narrow-minded instructor, but who would unconscionably demand money and then sycophantically fawn on upper officials? I just can't bear those behaviors." In the end, he gave them no advice. Sun openly returned home. Wang didn't know what to do, so he contacted a mutual friend to serve as a mediator and expressed to Sun that the Wang family wanted him to apologize to them for his wrongdoing. Sun refused to do so, and in 10 subsequent attempts the friend couldn't get him to change his mind. The wife's wounds gradually healed up, and Sun wanted her to leave, but was afraid that the Wang clan wouldn't take her back, so he decided just to wait and let her stay where she was. Sun grieved for the death of his son and the disappearance of his concubine day and night, so he decided to see the wet nurse, to ask her about the situation. Because she recalled Wu Bing saying that she ran away to Yang with the boy, they approached a village that happened to be named for the Yang family, wondering whether Ajian might be there. They went to ask around, but no one seemed to know anything about him. Underscore 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 un. Guangwen, an unofficial term for a scholar, or more precisely for an educational official, such as an instructor in a regional or local school. Hooker 288. Sycophantically fawn on. Pu's phrase here literally translates as sucking somebody's abscessed hemorrhoids. Someone told them that there was a Yang Valley about 50 li away, so they sent riders out to pay a visit and make inquiries, with the result that they found the boy. Ajian had gradually made a complete recovery. Sun and the nurse, both overjoyed to see him, picked him up and they all went home together. Seeing his father off in the distance, the boy had begun weeping loudly, and Sun's own tears had also fallen. Upon hearing that the boy was still alive, the wife rushed out in an explosion of anger, and was about to launch into a torrent of reproach and cursing. Ajian had been crying, and when he opened his eyes to see the Wang woman there, he was so terrified that he clung to his father's chest, as if begging for Sun to hide him. Sun embraced him, and when he looked closely at the boy, he'd already stopped breathing. Sun frantically called out to him, and in moments he began to revive. Raging, Sun cried, "I don't know how you can be so wickedly cruel, but I'll guarantee that you can't do anything more to my son." Then he proceeded to divorce her, and returned her to her parents' home. Wang consequently refused to accept her, and had her carried back to Sunday. Sun wouldn't allow her to stop there, while he and Ajian went to live in the courtyard of their home, where the Wang daughter couldn't get in. There, the wet nurse described the magical effects that Wu Bing had managed, until Sun began to realize that she had done so as a ghost. Moved by her loyalty, he buried all of her clothing and set up a stone tablet that read, "Here lies the grave of the ghost wife, Lu Wubing. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Not long afterwards, Wang's daughter gave birth to a boy, who then strangled him to death. Sun became even more irate, and once again sent her home to her parents. Wang accordingly had her carried back to Sun again. Sun then filed formal charges against the woman, directing his accusations to all of the local high officials, but since each of them deferred to Minister Wang, they paid no attention to Sun's charges. After Wang died, Sun continually reiterated the charges until a verdict finally was imposed, and the wife was returned permanently to her parents' home. Sun did not remarry after that, instead obtaining another concubine. After the Wang daughter returned home, her reputation for being vicious and contentious spread, so during the next 3 or 4 years, no one showed any interest in marrying her. She began all of a sudden to regret the way she'd been, but the fact remained that she could no longer attract anyone. There was an old woman employed in Sun's household, and so the Wang daughter quickly invited her to her home. She treated the old woman with great deference, and then her tears began to fall. The old woman guessed what she was feeling, figuring she was thinking about her former husband. When the old woman returned to the Sun household and told him about it, Sun laughed scornfully at the idea. Another year went by, and the Wang daughter's mother died, so she had no one to turn to, for all of her sister-in-laws felt completely disgusted by her, thus the daughter had no place to live and spent her days in tears. The brother of a destitute scholar who had lost his wife came to the Wang brothers to discuss the scholar's marriage with their sister, and the brothers even planned to make a generous contribution to her dowry, but the daughter refused to consider the proposal. She was always sending messages privately to Sun, tearfully saying that she regretted her past actions and wanted to apologize to him, but Sun wouldn't listen. One day, she coerced a maidservant into letting her borrow a donkey, which she climbed up on, and hurried off to see Sunday. When Sun came out to greet the rider, she knelt on the stairs at his feet, unable to stop herself from crying. Sun wanted to leave, but the Wang daughter quickly grabbed at his clothing, then knelt again. Sun firmly tried to take his leave of her. If we keep meeting and talking like this, there'll be rumors, then one morning, your brothers, acting like tigers and wolves, would show up, and if I'd try to propose a divorce, it would prove to be no easy thing. I secretly hurried and came here, she answered, so it's out of the question for me to return there. If you'd like to keep me, I'll stay, otherwise I'll go away to die. When I was 21, I was joined to you, but at 23 I was turned away, and even if I've committed evil acts, don't you still have a slight bit of affection for me? Then she took off the bracelet that was around her wrist, unbound both of her feet, and pulled up her sleeves, declaring, "Don't you remember a little how we exchanged vows, at a moment like this very one, in our wedding?" Sun felt so conflicted that he wanted to cry, and was about to direct some of his servants to help her into the house, but then he was still suspicious that the Wang family might be trying to trick him somehow, and he wanted to the Wang brothers to vouch for her sincerity. "I came here secretly on my own," she told him, "so how could I beg my brothers to vouch for me? If you won't trust me, I've hidden something here so I can kill myself, please, then, accept a severed finger as proof of my sincerity." Then she took out a sharp blade that she'd been carrying at her waist, came over to the edge of a low table, stretched out her left hand, and cut off a finger, causing her blood to gush out. Sun was utterly horrified, and hurriedly bandaged it up. Wang's daughter maintained a peaceful, happy expression despite the pain, and didn't groan through the whole experience, smiling instead as she declared, "I'm feeling like I've just now awakened from the yellow millet dream, and if you could be so kind as to lend me a room wherein I might pursue my intention to become a nun, what reason is there to be suspicious of me any longer?" Sun then sent Ajian and Sun's concubine to another one of his residences, while he visited between each of the two places. The next day he asked a doctor for some good medicine for the wounded finger, and when they checked on it a month later, it had healed. From that time forward, Wang's daughter no longer ate meat or drank wine, but simply shut her door and did nothing except chant Buddhist sutras. After she'd been living there for a long time, she could see that the management of the home had become lax, so she told Sun, "When I arrived here, it was clear that I had no interest in paying attention to business matters, but now I see that you've been in the habit of spending freely, and I worry about your children and grandchildren starving. Reluctantly, I'll have to manage your resources again." Then she assembled all of the maidservants, giving them their daily weaving assignments. The servants regarded her as a woman who came there by herself, without any invitation, so they were slow in responding to her, and privately made fun of her, though she chose not to pay any attention to their mockery. Subsequently, in the course of their work, any lazy individuals among them were lashed without pardon, until the group began to fear her. Next she personally inspected the supervisor of the servants involved with Sun's financial affairs, and generally was in charge of even his most insignificant concerns. Sun, as a result, was very happy, and hence he took both his son and his concubine to see her. Underscore 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 un. The Yellow Millet Dream, cf. PU Story number 149, a sequel to the Yellow Millet Dream. In The Tale of Han Dan, from the Tang Dynasty fiction source The Pillow Tale, Liu Sheng meets an immortal named Liu Weng, and while some yellow millet is being prepared, Liu Sheng falls asleep, initiating an elaborate dream in which all of his personal aspirations are realized. Ajian by this time was already 9 years old, and Wang's daughter paid special attention to treating him with warmth and sympathy, so that after he went to school each day, she often had sweet cakes waiting for him when he got home. Over time, the boy grew to love her, too. One day, the boy picked up a stone and threw it at a sparrow just as Wang's daughter was passing by, accidentally hitting her in the skull and knocking her to the ground, and for more than a quarter hour, she didn't utter a word. Sun was very upset, and whipped the boy. When the woman regained consciousness, she earnestly stopped him, telling him with sincere happiness, "I was cruel to the boy in the past, and though I haven't yet forgiven myself in my heart, fate has now cancelled my criminal misdeeds." Sun's love for her became even greater, but she frequently would turn him away, and then send the concubine to his room to sleep with him. After Wang's daughter had been living there a few years, again and again giving birth to children who proceeded to die in infancy, she told Sun, "This is karmic retribution for the past, when I tried to kill our son." Once Ajian was married, his stepmother entrusted him with the family's external affairs since he was her son, and the household matters she entrusted to her daughter-in-law. One day she announced, "I know I'm going to die on a certain day." Sun refused to believe her. Wang's daughter took care of making all the funeral arrangements, and when the day arrived, she changed her clothes, climbed into her coffin, and died. Her face looked like she was still alive, and a rare fragrance filled the room, but once her body was shut up in the coffin, the fragrance gradually began to dissipate. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "A beloved woman should not be judged as either beautiful or ugly." How do we know but that Mao Qiang and Xi Shi won their reputations for being beauties simply because of those who loved them? Lu Wubing didn't reflect her virtue externally through beauty, and Sun was teased by others for having a special soft spot for ugly women. The Wang daughter had deep roots in Buddhism from previous lives, and hence suddenly came to an enlightened understanding of it. Thus in the never-ending cycle of Buddhism, her next life will be a wealthy and noble one, without the suffering of hardships. Underscore 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 un. Mao Qiang and Xi Shi, archetypal beauties from ancient China. Zhuangzi used Mao Qiang's example to comment on the relativity of beauty, noting that while men all found her gorgeous, Fish were frightened by her approach. Li Shi, on the other hand, was said to be so lovely that when she walked past fish, they became so mesmerized that they simply forgot to swim and sank. 324 The Witch's Money Prophecy. Xia Shang lived in Hejian. Xia Dongling, his father, who was rich and powerful, also happened to be quite wasteful, so whenever he'd eat dumplings, he'd discard the corners of the outer dough till his rejected scraps covered the ground. Since he was fat and ponderous, people mocked him as Commander Dough Dumper. By the time Xia Dongling was an old man, his family had become extremely poor, and some days he couldn't even afford to eat a meal. His upper arms were so thin that the skin sagged loosely from them, and then people began calling him the village beggar monk since his skin hung like the bags that monks used for collecting alms. As he was on his deathbed, he told his son, Xia Shang, "For my entire life, I've been a gluttonous wastrel, indifferent to everyone else, obviously angering heaven, and thus I'm being punished by starving to death. If you effectively practice moderation in your enjoyment of good fortune, you'll prevail where your father failed." The younger Xia carefully obeyed these instructions after his father died, behaving with matchless honesty and scrupulousness, and working hard to achieve self-sufficiency. His fellow villagers all fondly respected him. A certain wealthy old man felt sorry that Xia Shang was so poor, and thus he lent Xia money so he could become a merchant, but Xia kept losing the capital he'd invest. Ashamed that he couldn't repay his benefactor, he begged the old man to make him his servant. The old man refused to do so. Underscore 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 un. Hejian, a prefecture in Pu's time, now a county in Hebei province. Xia felt so upset that he couldn't relax, so he finally sold his family's house and land, and went to repay the old man. After asking him about why he'd done this, the old man felt an even greater sympathy for Xia Shang, accordingly buying back the family estate and returning it to Xia. Then he increased his loan with an even larger sum of money to support Xia's becoming a merchant. "If I can't repay the 10 or so taels that I've already borrowed," replied Xia, "how can I avoid burdening my descendants with even heavier debts?" The old man proceeded to summon some other merchants to accompany Xia Shang, and when they returned after several months, Xia had just barely broken even. The old man refused to accept any money from him and sent him back out again. In just over a year, his durable goods and the proceeds from his sales were enough to fill a cart, but when he was crossing a river with it to return home, there was a storm and the boat nearly capsized, causing him to lose half of everything he had. When he arrived home and calculated his assets, he found he was able to repay everyone from whom he'd borrowed, so he told the merchants, "If heaven has decided that I should be poor, who can possibly rescue me? I'm the one causing you all this trouble." Settling his accounts and paying the merchants what he owed them, he then prostrated himself respectfully before them, and bid them farewell. The old man tried to coerce him into going out again, but without success, so Xia returned to ploughing the field like before. He would sigh to himself and lament, "If everyone else in the world gets several years of happiness and enjoyment, why should I be down and out like this?" It happened that there was a foreign witch in the area who accepted money in order to foretell the future, and claimed to know everything about a person's fate. Xia respectfully paid her a visit. The witch was an old woman. The place where she lived was perfectly clean and neat, and inside she'd set up a shrine, where there was the fragrance of incense burning. Xia entered and paid his respects at the shrine, then the witch asked for money. Xia gave her 100 copper coins, which she placed inside a wooden cask that she held as she knelt before the shrine, and shook the cask, making prayerful sounds. Soon she stood up, tipped the money into her hand, then stood behind a table as she laid the coins out on it, one after the other. Her fortune-telling method construed that if a coin face with characters on it came up, it signified bad fortune; if the plain side came up, it signified good fortune. The first 58 coins all had the character side up, while the rest all had the plain side up. "How old are you?" asked the witch. 28, replied Xia. The witch shook her head and exclaimed, so early. So early yet? You're still bearing the burden of previous generations' misdeeds, not your own. When you turn 58, you'll begin living your own fate, and beginning then, you'll be free of these entanglements. What do you mean when you mention the misdeeds of previous generations? He inquired. When the preceding generations continually perform good deeds, she explained, their descendants enjoy good fortune, but when the preceding generations continually perform wicked deeds, their descendants experience misfortune. Xia counted on his fingers and replied, 30 years from now, I'll already be a doddering elder, ready for my coffin. The witch told him, during those first 58 years, you'll have 5 years respite of good luck, at which time you can try to seek your fortune, however, that's only so you can avoid being hungry and cold. When you turn 58, you'll have a huge fortune come your way that has nothing to do with your own efforts. The previous generation's lives will no longer have any influence over yours, and the generation after yours will enjoy uninterrupted good fortune. Xia left the witch and returned home, dubious that he could trust half of what she'd said. Yet he was happy to live simply and accept his situation, not daring to expect anything more from life. After he turned 53, he began to look out for any indications that a change might be coming. It was time for the spring cultivation, but Xia was sick with malaria and unable to do the plowing. Once he'd recovered, there was a great drought, causing all the grain previously planted to dry up and die. When autumn approached and the rains came, his family didn't have any other seeds, and so he planted several mu of farmland entirely in millet. After this, there was another drought, so that half of all the buckwheat and beans that were planted died, and only millet was left unaffected. Following this, the rains returned, and Xia reaped an abundant harvest of his crop. By the subsequent spring there was widespread famine, but Xia's family didn't go hungry. Hence he believed the witch's prediction was coming true, so he followed the old man's advice and borrowed some money from him, a small amount of capital, on which he always made just a small profit. There were people who advised him to conduct bigger business, but Xia wouldn't do it. When he turned 57, he happened to be repairing his wall, and as he was digging in the ground, he found an iron cauldron. When he finally uncovered it, it was enveloped in some kind of gaseous fog that was as white as cotton, which frightened him so much he didn't dare look inside the cauldron. In moments, the gas dissipated, and he discovered an urn in it that was filled with silver. It took Xia and his wife to carry the urn, and when they weighed it in the scales, the silver in it proved to be worth 1,325 taels. They privately discussed the fact that the witch's prophecy had proven a bit inaccurate. Underscore 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 un. Mu, an area approximately equal to 1/6 acre. Meanwhile, the neighbor's wife had entered the Xia house and spied the silver, so she hurried home and told her husband. Feeling envious, he secretly informed the county magistrate. The magistrate was exceedingly greedy, so he had Xia arrested, and demanded the silver from him. When Xia's wife covertly suggested that they give the magistrate half of it, Xia disagreed. To keep what doesn't belong to us would be to court disaster. Thus he offered it all to the magistrate. Once the magistrate had received the silver, he speculated that Xia might have more hidden somewhere, so he sent for the urn, and once he determined that the silver did indeed fill it up, he finally released Xia. Shortly afterward, the magistrate was promoted to vice-prefect in Nanchang. A year later, by the time Xia arrived in Nanchang on business, the former county magistrate had died. The magistrate's wife, who was preparing to leave Nanchang, was selling some large and heavy goods. There were some deep baskets of tung oil, and when Xia noted how cheaply they were priced, he bought them to take home. After arriving at home, he noticed that some oil was seeping out of one of the baskets, so he poured it into another container, and discovered that there were 2 ingots of silver at the bottom of the basket. He checked the others and found ingots in them, 2. When he'd collected all the taels, they came to the same amount that he'd dug up in the cauldron a year earlier. Thus Xia Shang suddenly became rich, and increased his support to the needy, never stinting in his generosity. His wife tried to persuade him to hold on to his wealth, to bequeath it to their descendants, but he replied, "I'm doing this precisely to leave them something." Underscore 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 un. Nanchang, this prefecture in Piyu's time and now part of Nanchang County, Jiangxi Province. Once his now utterly destitute neighbor arrived and wanted to beg a bit of something from him, he found himself too ashamed to ask, since he'd informed the magistrate about the silver. Xia heard he was there, and accordingly told him, "Back then, since my time had not yet arrived, the spirits were moving you to counteract my gain, so why then should I blame you?" Accordingly, he liberally helped the man out. His neighbor was moved to tears by his kindness. Xia afterwards lived to be 80, with his descendants inheriting his fortune and remaining affluent for several generations without decline. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "For ignoring the common people, excessively extravagant waste certainly brings punishment down on the nobility. When they're alive, they recklessly squander nature's produce, but when they die and can no longer enjoy even the pleasure of rice in their mouths, then they'll regret it." It's a blessing that Xia Dongling's words enlightened his offspring like a bird that utters a doleful cry when the time to die arrives, so their family could live in poverty for many years, then recover its prosperity. Otherwise, even if a father's wicked deeds accumulate wealth for his sons, and his sons do the same thing for his grandsons, all they'll be passing from one to another is a beggar's existence, over and over again. What things might the old witch have imparted, since she was privy to heaven's secrets? Alas! How strange! 325 Yaoan. Yaoan, from Lintao, was an extremely good-looking fellow. The Gong family, in Yao's village, had a daughter named Lue, who was gorgeous and well-versed in literature, but hadn't yet selected someone suitable to marry. Her mother told other people, "I'd certainly like to betroth her to someone from a respectable family, with a handsome bearing, like that Yao." When Yaoan heard this, he tricked his wife into peering down a well, then pushed her in so she drowned, and subsequently married Lue. The couple enjoyed a very loving relationship. However, since Lue was so beautiful, Yao was always jealous of her. He locked her up at home where he could keep an eye on her, and stopped her from going anywhere by herself. When Lue wanted to go visit her parents, he raised his arms over her, as though covering her with a pair of wings while they stepped outside, and once she climbed into a sedan chair, he marked it with a paper strip and followed it. Then after staying just a single night, he grabbed her and they returned home. Lue could tell that Yao didn't trust her, so she angrily exclaimed, "If I'd arranged some kind of lover's rendezvous, you couldn't stop me with these pathetic tactics." This is why he took to locking her in her room when he went out anywhere. Underscore 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 un. Lintao, a county in Gansu Province. Lue became even more fed up with him, so she placed some keys outside her door, in order to arouse his suspicions. When Yao saw them he was furious and demanded to know where the keys had come from. "Who knows?" she angrily retorted. Yao became more and more suspicious, and began spying on her to keep track of her activities. One day, upon returning home, he eavesdropped outside her room for a long time, then unlocked and opened her door, careful not to make a sound, quietly shutting the door before entering. He saw a man in a marten fur cap lying on Lue's bed, so he grew outraged, picked up a sword, and struck off the man's head. Drawing closer for a better look, he discovered it was Lue, who'd been taking a nap and felt cold, so she'd covered her face with the marten fur. Horrified, Yao stamped his feet in frustration, regretting his impetuous action. Old Gong, Lue's father, took the matter to a government official. The official arrested Yao, stripped him of his position, and then had him tortured. Yao was bankrupted by having to spread around a lot of money in bribes in order to save himself from execution. From that point forward, his mind seemed befuddled, as if he'd lost his spirit. He happened to be sitting by himself all alone when he suddenly saw Lue with a bearded man making love in his bed, and filled with hatred, he snatched up a sword to go after them, only to find that they'd vanished. When he sat back down, he saw them doing it again. Enraged, he struck at the bed with the sword, splitting open the mat and its coverings. Angrily grasping the sword, he approached the bed and waited there until Lue's face appeared again, staring at him and laughing. He frantically hacked at her, immediately lopping off her head, yet by the time he sat down again, Lue was back in place, laughing at him like before. That night when he extinguished his candle, he heard the sounds of the couple engaged in sexual activities beyond description. Day after day it went on this way until Yao could bear it no longer, and as a result, he sold all his land and possessions, in order to move somewhere else to live. That very night, a thief climbed over his wall, stole all his proceeds, and made his escape. Yao was so poor henceforth that he didn't own even the smallest place to stay, and so he died full of hatred and anger. His fellow villagers buried him with grass. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "How cruel, to fall in love with someone new and then kill his wife." People believe that it was the new wife's ghost tormenting him, but they simply don't realize that it was his first wife's ghost that had seized his spirit. Alas! After doing something like that, there's no escaping the fate that awaits. 326 Cai Wing. At the end of the Ming dynasty, war broke out with an irresistible suddenness. Master Liu Zhizheng, from Yuling, had assembled an enormous army that was preparing to cross to the south side of the Yangtze River. Suddenly a fat man strolled up to the compound gate, his clothing openly displaying his belly, and requested to see the soldiers' commander. Master Liu delayed his plans long enough to speak with him, and found himself greatly pleased with the fellow. Liu asked the man his name, and he said he was called Cai Wing. Liu invited Cai to join him in his army tent, and made a gift of a halberd to him. "I have my own weapons," Cai told him, "so I don't need you to give me a halberd." "What weapons do you mean?" asked Liu. Cai then pushed open his clothing, exposing the navel of his belly, which was large enough to hold an entire chicken. As he drew in a mighty breath, the skin inside his navel suddenly began whistling, and with a sound like a cork popping, out came the handle of a sword. He grasped the handle and drew out the blade, which was as white as frost. "You keep it there?" Liu asked, utterly astonished. With a laugh, Cai pointed to his belly and replied, "This is my weapons arsenal, so I don't need any place else." Underscore 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 un. Yuling, ancient name for modern Zuping County, Shandong Province. Liu told him to take out a bow and arrow, and when Cai inhaled like before, out came an ornately engraved bow. As he held his breath, an arrow flew out and fell to the ground, all without Cai seeming the least bit exhausted. Shortly afterwards, he reinserted the sword into his navel, along with the bow and arrow, until none of it could be seen any longer. Figuring Cai must be some god, Liu invited him to share his tent for the night, treating him with every possible courtesy. Although the soldiers in the camp were under strict orders regarding their behavior, there were pockets of disobedience due to the sheer number of men, so some of them went out to engage in looting. Cai told Liu, "A soldier is valued when he's disciplined and follows regulations. Now, since so many thousands have been gathered here into one crowd that you can't cow them into behaving, another way must be employed to put a stop to such actions." Liu was cheered by this, and consequently Cai took charge of maintaining order among the soldiers, so if there was any plundering of women or property, he bravely condemned the action before the men. The army showed some respect for this tactic, but eventually it, too, failed to stop their rowdy activity entirely. Cai frequently rode a horse when he went out roaming among the troops, and whenever he ran into overbearing officers or arrogant soldiers, their heads would fall to the ground, though no one knew why. Hence the men began to harbor dark suspicions about him. When he came forward, issuing strict orders, the common soldiers found him scary and intimidating. They also felt increasingly chagrined by him. All of the troops began complaining to Lu, saying things like, "Cai Wang practices wizardry." In ancient times, the famous generals were esteemed for their wisdom, not their sorcery. A sword immortal like this will destroy us all in the end. Now even officers and men who haven't done anything wrong are often at a loss about what to make of his orders, so the men feel afraid. "He's staying with you, General, but you're also in danger. It would be best to do something about him." Lu agreed with their words, deciding to wait until Cai was asleep, and then have him executed. Accordingly, he sent some men to keep watch on him, who witnessed Cai proceeding to rub his belly and lie down, till his breathing turned to thunderous snores. The men observing him were greatly relieved, and as the soldiers surrounding the tent moved back from it, 2 men brandishing swords entered it and cut off Cai's head, but no sooner had they wielded their swords this way than Cai's head was already reattached to his body, and he was breathing as restfully as before, to their great horror. Then they hacked at his belly, it split open bloodlessly, and inside it there was a cluster of halberds gathered together, standing upright, with their tips sticking out of him. The men were terrified, but didn't dare draw any closer. While they poked at him from a distance with a long spear, an iron crossbow popped out and shot several men. The frightened soldiers scattered and informed Lu. Lu hurried over to see Cai, but by then he had already disappeared. 327 Kui Meng. Kui Meng, whose courtesy name was Wu Meng, was the son of a powerful family in Jianchang. He was by nature brawny, and when he was a boy, attending a private school, all the other boys were rather intimidated by him since he was always raising his fists, ready to beat someone, forcing his tutor repeatedly to warn him against doing this. Though Kui didn't change his ways, both his nickname and his courtesy name were assigned to him by that tutor. By the time he was 16 or 17, his martial arts ability was unsurpassed, and while holding a long pole, he could vault up onto the roof of a tall building. He gave timely assistance to those who couldn't defend themselves, so the grateful villagers put themselves in his hands, filling his household with people explaining their grievances to him. Kui challenged the strong and advocated for the weak, never worried about avoiding others' reproaches or grudges. Anyone who tried to oppose him was answered with a combination of stones and sticks until they were driven away with a variety of contusions. Whenever his wrath was stirred, no one dared try to reason with him. However, because he was a filial son, the arrival of his mother would put an end to his rage. His mother would express her disapproval of his actions upon arriving, with Kui acknowledging her comments as he heard her reprimands, but as soon as she was out the door, he always forgot about them. Underscore 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 un. Jianchang, a prefecture in Ming/Qing times, now Nanjing County, Jiangxi Province. Both his nickname and his courtesy name, Kui was apparently given both the nickname Meng, violent, and Wu Meng, don't be violent, in an attempt to acknowledge, and to curb, his combative nature. His neighbor was a shrewish woman, who was tyrannically abusive to her husband's mother all the time. When the mother-in-law was on the brink of starving to death, her son secretly gave her something to eat. Once the wife found out about it, she swore a multitude of curses at him, and the sound could be heard in courtyards all around. This infuriated Kui, who leapt over the wall, chopping off her nose, lips, and tongue, so she died immediately afterwards. Kui's mother, horrified when she heard about it, called for the neighbor's son in order to offer her condolences, and gave him one of their maidservants to be his wife, which effectively settled the matter. But Kui's mother was so angry about it that she began weeping and wouldn't eat. This frightened Kui, who knelt and begged her to beat him, telling her he was sorry. His mother continued sobbing, and wouldn't turn around to look at him. Kui's attentive wife also knelt beside him. The mother proceeded to beat her son, then pricked his arm with needles to form the character 10 in red lines that would remain indelible. Kui accepted all of his punishment. Consequently, his mother then agreed to eat. Kui's mother enjoyed cooking for itinerant holy men, whom she would encourage to eat their fill. It happened that a Daoist priest came to the family's gate just as Kui was passing by it. The Daoist looked at him and said, "Because you have a very brutal aspect about you, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to avoid a bad end. Your family has been performing good deeds for quite some time now, so it shouldn't have to be that way." Underscore 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 un. The character 10, that is, a cross, its significance to the mother isn't clear here, although it's tempting to see an implicit count to 10 advisory in this tattoo. Since Kui had just received his mother's admonitions, he listened to the Daoist, then respectfully observed, "I know it, but if I see some injustice, it pains me so much that I can't help but stop it. Yet if I try to do all I can to change my ways, can I maybe escape that fate?" "Don't ask whether you can escape it or not," the Daoist smiled, "but ask yourself whether you can change or not. You should take pains to restrain yourself, in case you ever commit some kind of capital crime. I'll tell you about some magic that can ward off your fatal disaster." His whole life, Kui had never believed in ghosts and magic, so he just laughed, without saying anything else. "I know you don't believe in magic," declared the Daoist. "But my charms are different than those of witches and sorcerers, so they'll be morally virtuous for you to perform. Even if they're not effective, they'll have no harmful effects." Kui implored him to tell him what to do, and the Daoist advised him, "There happens to be a young man passing outside your gate, and if you were to become his boon companion, then even if you were to commit a capital offense, he'd be able to save your life." Then he called for Kui to go outside with him, where he was able to point out the boy. The boy's name turned out to be Zhao Senga. Zhao was from Nanchang, and due to the famine there, his family had been forced to move to Jianchang. Kui thus made friends with Zhao, inviting the boy and his family to come and live with him, supplying them liberally with everything they needed. When Zhao turned 12, Kui took him to his family's main hall, where Zhao paid his respects to Kui's mother, and she then performed a ceremony to make them sworn brothers. Once a year passed, it was time to perform the spring plantings, so Zhao and his family returned home. Thus they lost contact with each other. Underscore 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 un. Nanchang, a prefecture in Piyu's time, now a city in Jiangxi province. Kui's mother warned her son even more fervently after the neighbor's shrewish daughter-in-law died, and when people came to tell him about grievances they wanted him to redress, his mother turned them away. One day, after his mother's older brother had died, Kui went with her to participate in mourning. Along the way, they ran into several men who, having tied up another man, were yelling and cursing at him to move faster, beating him as well. Onlookers were blocking the road, so the carriage carrying Kui and his mother couldn't proceed. Kui asked what was going on, and people who knew him vied with each other to give him the details. Originally, a certain Jie, son of a powerful nobleman, who'd been bullying the local village, happened to spy Li Shen's attractive wife, and wanted to take her for his own, but had no rationale for doing so. Hence Jie ordered his lackeys to lure Li into gambling, then lent him money with heavy interest, requiring him to sign an agreement that if he couldn't repay the money, he'd have to forfeit his wife. In the course of a single night, he ran up a debt of a few thousand coppers. In 6 months, the capital and interest came to 30,000. Li couldn't repay the money, so Jia sent his henchmen to seize Li's wife. A weeping Li went after them all the way to the Jia family's gates. This made the nobleman's son angry, so he had his men pull Li over and tie him to a tree, then beat him, opening gashes in his flesh, before forcing him to sign a statement of no contest to the seizure of his wife. When Kui heard this, he felt like the wind had been knocked out of him by a mountain, so he lashed his horse and galloped forward, in order to tear into the tormentors. His mother pulled aside the carriage's curtain and cried out, "Don't do it! You're giving in again!" Kui then abruptly stopped. After they'd completed their mourning and returned home, he wouldn't speak or eat, but just sat bolt upright, staring straight ahead, as though silently furious. When his wife asked him about it, he wouldn't reply. That night, he lay in his bed with his clothes still on, tossing and turning until dawn. The next night the same thing happened, till suddenly he opened the door and went out, then returned later and lay down again. He did this 3 or 4 times, but his wife didn't dare ask why, fearfully holding her breath as she listened. Later, he went out once more and was gone for a long time before returning, then shut the door and lapsed into a deep sleep. That same night, someone killed Jia in his bed, slicing open his belly so his intestines spilled out. The naked corpse of Li's wife was also found in the bed. The magistrate suspected Li of the deed, so he had him arrested. He was savagely beaten and then clapped into wooden restraints, exposing his ankles, though in the end he refused to confess to anything. A year passed, till he was unable to bear the torture any longer, so he pled guilty despite being innocent, and was accordingly sentenced to death. This happened a little while after Kui's mother had died. Following her burial, Kui told his wife, "I killed Jia, it was really me. Since I was supposed to be following my mother's wishes, I couldn't let the truth get out. Now that she's passed away, how can I let another person suffer for my crime? I'm going to go now to the magistrate's office to take my punishment." His wife was so upset that she tried to hang on to him, but he pulled himself loose and left, giving himself up at the magistrate's office. The amazed magistrate put him in prison and released Li. But Li wouldn't go away, and insisted that he was the guilty party. The magistrate couldn't decide what to do, so he had both of them locked up. Li's relatives all scolded him for not escaping when he had the chance. "Master Kui simply carried out what I wanted to do but couldn't. He did it for me, so how could I allow myself just to sit and watch while he's put to death? Today I'll reiterate my confession, so Master Kui can go free, even if I can't." He remained adamant in his admission of guilt, steadfastly contradicting Kui's statements. After quite some time, everyone in the magistrate's office realized why Li was doing so, and thus he was forced to leave while Kui was sentenced to be executed, and the end seemed to be near for him. At that point, ministry official Zhao, noted for his care in meting out punishment, arrived to review the records of prisoner cases, and when he came to Kui's name, he called for servants to bring him out. When Kui entered, he looked up at the dais, where he saw Zhao Senga. Torn by feelings of both sorrow and joy, Kui told him the truth. Zhao paced back and forth for a good long while, then ordered that Kui be taken back to his cell, and advised the jailer to look after him well. Since Kui had turned himself in, Zhao had his sentence reduced to serving in the army in Yunnan. Li enlisted to serve with him, and they left together. Not even a year later, they were pardoned and returned home, all due to Zhao. After they returned, Li insisted on serving Kui and wouldn't leave him, so he began overseeing Kui's business affairs for him. Kui tried to pay him for doing this, but Li wouldn't accept any money from him. What he really cared most about was martial arts. Kui was very generous towards him, buying Li a wife and giving him some farmland. In this manner, Kui began to change his earlier patterns of behavior, and every time he rubbed the tattoo his mother had applied to his arm, tears would trickle down his face. Hence, if fellow villagers had certain matters they wanted Kui to address, Li always took care of them under Kui's name, without letting him know. There was a former graduate of the Imperial Academy named Wang, from a rich and powerful family, and all kinds of trouble-making scoundrels could be observed passing through his gates. Among the affluent families in their area, many of them had been robbed by these thugs, and if they tried to resist them, the criminals always sent someone back to finish the job and then murder them. Wang's son was a licentious and cruel man as well. Wang had a widowed aunt, whom he and his son both abused sexually. Wang's wife, whose surname was Chu, tried again and again to stop them, until Wang finally strangled her to death. Chu's brothers brought the matter before officials, whom Wang bribed to take his side and declare that the brothers had accused him falsely. The brothers, angrily frustrated by their inability to address this injustice, went to see Kui, to plead with him to take up their cause. Li refused to admit them, and sent them home. A few days later, a visitor arrived, and since it happened that there weren't any servants around, Kui sent Li to make some tea for them. Li went out, quietly telling the visitors as he passed, "Kui Meng and I are friends, and I've followed him a great distance, never refusing to accompany him, but I've been paid nothing, and I've looked after him like a servant performing menial duties, but I've had enough." Then he left in anger. Someone told Kui what he'd had said. Kui was surprised at Li's change of heart, and couldn't think of anything unusual that might have caused it. Li suddenly filed an official suit, asserting that Kui had withheld a servant's wages from him for 3 years. Kui was dumbfounded by this, and appeared in court in person, to answer Li's angry contentions against him. The magistrate saw no merit in Li's complaint, so he dismissed the case and sent everyone home. A few days later, Li abruptly entered the Wang family home one night, killed Wang, his son, his aunt, and his wife, then pasted up a piece of paper on the wall on which he'd written his full name, Li Shen. By the time men were sent out to pursue and apprehend him, he'd already vanished without a trace. The Wang family suspected Kui of masterminding the deed, but the magistrate gave this no credence. Kui began to realize that the whole purpose behind Li's suit had been to deflect suspicion for the murders away from Kui. Official documents were drafted and sent out, calling for Li's immediate capture. But then Li Zikin's rebellion turned everything upside down, so the matter was dropped. Following the dynasty change, Li brought his family back home, and they lived happily with Kui as they had before. At that time, rowdy lawbreakers were gathering into enclaves, so Wang's nephew, Wang Diren, collected the rogues who'd been associated with his uncle, and established a mountain stronghold from which they carried out raids, burning and looting villages. One night, they turned out in full force to attack Kui's home in revenge for Wang's death. Kui, however, had gone out earlier. When Li figured out what was happening, he climbed over the wall and hid in the dark. The outlaws looked unsuccessfully for Kui and Li, so they abducted Kui's wife, collected all of his valuables, and left. When Li returned, he found only a single servant, which so provoked his anger that he cut a rope into several dozen pieces, handing the shorter segments over to the servant, while keeping the longer pieces himself. He directed the servant to climb up to the villain's lair, and once he was halfway up the mountain, to light the rope bits on fire, scattering them throughout the underbrush, then to hurry away without looking back. The servant promised he would do so and left. Li had noticed that the outlaws wore red belts around their waists, and fastened red silk around their caps, so he disguised himself as one of them. There was an old mare that had just given birth to a colt, and the outlaws had abandoned both of them outside their compound. Underscore 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 un. Li Zikin's rebellion, the rebel leader, also known as the Dashing General, advanced his troops in the northwest, and in April 1644, stormed unopposed into Beijing, Paludan 187. The dynasty change, when the Ming was overthrown and gave way to the Qing in 1644. Li then tied up the colt, climbed onto the mare, and stealthily rode straight for the abductors' cave. Their lair was near a large village, so Li tied the horse outside it, then slipped into their camp. He observed that the outlaws were unorganized and undisciplined, but were armed nevertheless. Li furtively made inquiries among some scoundrels, and learned that Kui's wife was being held in Wang's quarters. Just then he heard Wang giving orders for his men to go to bed, and with a loud cry they acknowledged the command. Suddenly a man reported that there were fires on the east side of the mountain, so a crowd of the criminals went to see about them. At first there were just a couple outbreaks here or there, but soon the fires started appearing on the mountainside like constellations in the sky. Li gave a ragged shout of alarm that there were fires burning on the eastern slope of the mountain. Quite startled, Wang had things packed up, and led his followers out of the cave. Li seized his chance when the others came pouring out, and slipped inside. He spotted two of the outlaws standing guard near a curtain, and called out to them, "General Wang's missing his sword." The two began searching for it. Li came up behind one of them, stabbed him, and the villain fell, dead. When the other one turned around to look, Li also ran him through. Then he proceeded to carry Kui's wife on his back as he made his way over and beyond the wall of their encampment. He untied the horse, grabbed the bridle, and told Kui's wife, "You don't know the way, but you can just let the horse take you back." The horse wanted to see its colt, so it speedily galloped off, with Li following after. Once he'd come out through the mouth of a narrow pass, he set fire to the rest of the rope, spreading the pieces all over, and then returned home. The next day, when Kui returned home and learned what had happened, he took the turn of events as a great disgrace, became enraged, and wanted to ride off alone to wipe out the abductors. Li persuaded him not to do so. He gathered fellow villagers together to join with them, but many of them were so afraid of the outlaws that they didn't dare respond. Once again, Li reiterated the need to join together, but only succeeded in convincing a couple dozen of them, and was troubled that they were unarmed. It happened just then that they captured two spies from Wang Diren's band, and though Kui wanted to kill them, Li wouldn't let him do so. He instructed 20 villagers to grab weapons, line up, and cut off the spies' ears, then let them go free. "This is just going to incite them," the crowd of villagers protested, "and we're afraid that since the outlaws know where we live, they're going to come back and destroy us. Now that they've escaped, nothing can save the village. They're going to form a group and come for us." "Exactly," Li replied, "I want them to come." Then he seized the villager who'd been harboring the spies and executed him. He dispatched men in all directions to secure bows, arrows, and firearms, then went to the nearest city to borrow 2 large cannons. As night fell, he led the brave volunteers to the mountain pass, placing the cannons on opposite sides of it. Then he had 2 men hide there, telling them to be ready to fire as soon as they saw the outlaws. When they came to a ravine east of the mouth of the pass, he had them cut down some trees and place them near the brink of the cliff above. Shortly afterwards, he and Kui each took about 10 of the men, split up and hid near the cliff edge. As the first watch came to an end, they heard the neighing of horses in the distance, and the outlaws showed up in large numbers, riding to storm the village. The men waited until the criminals entered the ravine, then shoved the fallen trees over the edge of the cliff, so they fell and blocked the outlaws' exit, trapping them. At that point the cannons fired with a mighty roar, shaking the mountain ravine. Underscore 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 un. First watch, first of the 5 2-hour divisions of the night, from 7 to 9 p.m. The outlaws trampled each other in their frantic attempts to retreat. When they came to the east end of the pass, they found their way blocked, with no open space remaining. Shot and arrows peppered them from both sides, like a pelting rainstorm, tearing heads and limbs from bodies, till they lay strewn throughout the ravine. Recognizing all was lost, the remaining outlaws knelt submissively on the ground, begging to be spared. Li had some of the men tie them up and accompany them back to the village. Then he took advantage of their victory to head directly into the outlaws' lair. When those who'd been left behind to guard their stronghold heard the sounds of the attack, they quickly fled, and upon searching the lair, Li and the others found the stash of everything the outlaws had stolen, and brought it back with them. Kui was quite pleased by all this, and asked Li to explain his strategy with starting the fires. "We started fires on the east side of the mountain," Li explained, "because I was concerned that they might attack from the west. We cut off their route because I was concerned that they would discover we had no men there. The other rope pieces were placed at the mountain pass, the mouth of which was quite narrow, so even a single man could cut them off there, and in case they came in pursuit, they'd see the fires and surely be frightened off. Everything hinged on the risk that they'd attack, which could have been a bad move." When Kui interrogated the captured outlaws about it, they said that they'd ridden into the ravine because they'd seen the fires and were frightened into retreating. The 20 or so outlaws were punished by having their noses and toes cut off, and then were released. Thereafter, Kui's prestige became even greater, so that far and near, those who sought to escape the chaos around them came to serve with Kui's forces, until they grew into a group of more than 300 men. All of the territory under their protection grew quiet, since no one would dare attack, and so the region became peaceful. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "A charging ox can certainly damage a cart, and the same can be said of Kui Meng. It's because he was fervent in his ideals, that such a pair of rare men were drawn together. Although we might wish the world to be free of such matters, isn't it preferable to have men like these around to face them?" Li Shen, a common man, became a protector of the people. It was his fate to swoop in and wipe out the bestial individuals who'd invaded the chamber of Kui's wife, cutting off their route and attacking from both sides, washing away the nightmare of their activities at the mountain pass. Thus the two were given authority in military matters, devoting themselves to their country, and completing the noble mission of pacifying the region. 328 Solving a case with poetry. Fan Xiaoshan, a resident of Qingzhou, was a traveling businessman who sold writing brushes for a living, and who hadn't yet returned home from his latest trip. One night in April, his wife, whose family name was He, was murdered. That same night it had been raining lightly, and at the scene of the crime, a fan was found in the mud, its inscribed handle identifying it as having been given to Wu Fiqing by Wang Sheng. No one knew who Wang Sheng was. Wu was a wealthy gentleman from Yudu, where he and Fan came from the same hometown, and since he was usually rather flippant, villagers all believed him to be the guilty party. The county magistrate had him arrested and interrogated, but he firmly denied he was responsible until he was placed in wooden restraints and tortured. Then he confessed despite the fact that he was innocent of the crime, and though he filed a series of subsequent appeals, sending the matter before more than 10 officials, there was no change in the original verdict. Convinced that he was going to be executed, Wu advised his wife to take all of his possessions and use them to care for orphans and those in need. He directed that anyone who came to their gate and chanted 1,000 Buddhist scriptures would be given a pair of cotton trousers. Anyone who came and recited 10,000 scriptures would be given a cotton jacket. Consequently, beggars began flocking there, and the sound of Buddhist chanting could be heard 10 li away. And so Wu's family rapidly became poor, till they had to sell their belongings and land just in order to cover basic expenses. Underscore 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 un. Qingzhou, a prefecture in Shandong Province. Yudu, a county in Shandong. Wu secretly bribed his jailer to send to the marketplace for supplies so he could commit suicide with some poisoned wine. That night he dreamt that an immortal told him, "You mustn't kill yourself, for just as external factors have proved harmful previously, your inner nature will prove auspicious in the time ahead." When he fell asleep again, the immortal appeared again with the same warning, with the result that he didn't kill himself. Shortly afterwards, Master Zhou Yuanliang was appointed to serve as governor of Qingzhou, and when reviewing reports on prisoners came across Wu's case, which caused him to become lost in thought. Soon he asked, "What reliable evidence is there that this Wu killed the woman?" Fan Xiaoshan produced the inscribed fan in response. Master Zhou scrutinized the fan, then asked, "Who is this Wang Sheng?" He was told that no one knew anything about him. Then upon reviewing the records of the case, Master Zhou ordered Wu's shackles to be removed, and had Wu transferred from his condemned man's confinement to an ordinary jail cell. Fan argued strongly against this. "Do you want just anyone executed for the deed, or do you really want to solve this murder?" Zhou demanded angrily. People began to suspect that the governor was privately trying to help Wu, but no one dared to say anything. Master Zhou wrote out a warrant, calling for the arrest of a certain shop owner located near the southern wall of the village. The man was startled, claiming he didn't know anything about the matter. When he was brought forward, Master Zhou asked him, "When was the poem that's on your shop's wall, composed by Li Xiu of Dongguan, actually written?" Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. The shop owner replied, "Last year, when the Commissioner of Education was in town, Li was with a group of other drunken scholars from Rizao when he wrote it, but I don't know where he's living now." The governor dispatched officers to Rizao, to arrest Li Xiu. After several days, Li arrived. Master Zhou angrily demanded, "After having been made a Zaihokai, how could you kill a man?" Li suddenly shook his head in stunned denial, exclaiming, "I didn't." Master Zhou threw down the fan, ordering Li to examine it, and declared, "You wrote the poem inscribed there, so why pretend that it was written by Wang Sheng?" Li examined it closely and replied, "I did indeed compose the poem, but the writing isn't my calligraphy." "Since it's one of your poems," Master Zhou noted, "it must have been written by one of your friends." "Who could have written it?" "It looks like the work of Wang Zhou, from Yizhu," said Li. The governor accordingly sent officers to arrest Wang Zhou. When Zhou arrived, Master Zhou asked him the same sort of questions he'd asked Li. Zhou confessed, "This was written for Zhang Cheng, an iron merchant from Yudu, who told me Wang Sheng was his cousin, even though their surnames are different." "This is the murdering thief," declared Master Zhou. Zhang was seized and brought before him, where he was interrogated until he admitted his guilt. Originally, after Zhang had spied Fan's wife, the beautiful he wanted to have sex with her, but was afraid she wouldn't agree to it. He thought about Wu, and how people would surely believe he was the person responsible, so Zhang had the fake fan made with Wu's name on it, and took it with him to see her. If she agreed, he would tell her his name, and if she refused, he'd tell her his name was Wu, but he definitely didn't have any intention of killing her. Underscore 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 un. Dongguan, Zhu County, in modern Shandong Province. Rizao, part of modern Zhu County. Zaihokai, a successful candidate in the county level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. Once he'd climbed over the wall and entered the house, he attempted to rape her. Since he slept alone while Fan was traveling, she often kept a knife near her for defense. As soon as she realized there was an intruder, she grabbed onto Zhang's clothing, and jumped up with the knife in hand. In alarm, Zhang snatched the knife away from her. Hanging onto his clothing with all her strength, he kept him from getting away, shouting for help all the while. Zhang became increasingly panicked, so he killed her, left the fan behind, and ran off. A miscarriage of justice lasting 3 years was finally re-examined and reversed, and Master Zhou's deduction was praised as nothing short of godlike. Only then did Wu realize that the dream about his inner nature being auspicious was a reference to the character for the name Zhou. Yet in the end, he still couldn't figure out how Master Zhou had arrived at his conclusion. Afterwards, when a nobleman seized the opportunity to ask Master Zhou how he'd done it, he laughed and replied, "This was quite easy to figure out. After careful review of the case records, I learned that he had been killed early in April, it was rainy that night, and the weather was still cold, so there'd have been no need for a fan, and if the perpetrator was preoccupied by murderous intent at the time, he'd hardly have had the leisure to consider bringing along a fan, unless he intended to use it to impute blame elsewhere. I happened to enter the shop near the south wall of the village to get out of the rain, and there I saw a poem on the wall that was similar in style to the one written on the fan, and so I mistakenly thought it was Li who'd done it. Then, armed with this clue, I pursued the matter and hence uncovered the real murderer. Hearing this, the nobleman simply sighed in admiration. Underscore 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 un. His inner nature being auspicious, in this visual puzzle, the character for Joe's name, is composed of the character G, meaning auspicious or lucky, contained inside / underneath the border's radical. The collector of these strange tales remarks, the individual who can discover the deep logic in such matters can make use of little facts. Words and articles bring glory to our nation, yet an official who's able to predict other scholars' characters and fates by reading their words and articles could truly be called a Sun Yang. Isn't Joe such a master of deduction? He just transferred this method of judging and applied it to criminal matters. The Book of Changes says, understanding almost makes one a god. Master Joe had such understanding. Underscore 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 un. Sun Yang, better known as Bull, famous for being able to assess a horse's merit from details he noticed about its appearance. Sun lived during the spring and autumn period, 770 to 476 BCE. Book of Changes, the Wilhelm/Baines translation of the passage Pu is thinking about is when the laws of the whole world are grasped, therein lies perfection. 287. 329 The deer with the grass in their mouths. There are many deer in Shanhaiguan Pass. The local people there put on deer heads and hide in the grass, making the sound of rolling in the leaves, till the deer arrive in herds. However, there are few bucks and many does among them. The bucks mate with the herds of does, no matter how many of them, until they're dead from exhaustion. The throngs of does sniff at them, and once they realize the bucks are dead, they split up and begin wandering through the mountain valleys till they find and pick up a rare grass between their lips, then place it under the noses of the bucks, who instantly begin to revive. At that point, the locals quickly start beating on gongs to make a huge noise, till the herds of frightened deer run away. They do this so they can pick up the grass, which can then be used to bring others back to life. Underscore 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 un. Shanhaiguan Pass, the strategic area at the easternmost end of the Great Wall, on the border between Hebei and Liaoning provinces, traditionally employed to regulate movement between northeastern and northern China. 330 The tiny coffins. At Tianjin, there was a certain boatman who dreamed one night that a man came and instructed him, "Tomorrow a man carrying a bamboo case will ask to hire your boat, and you must demand 1,000 taels from him, otherwise, don't let him cross with you." After the boatman had been startled awake, he put little credence in the dream. Returning to sleep, he began dreaming again, but there were only 3 characters written on the wall, and a voice urging him, "If he's stingy about the price, just show him what's written here." The boatman found this very strange. But he didn't recognize the characters, so he also didn't understand what they meant. All the next day, he was careful to keep an eye out for the traveler described in his dream. When the sun began to set, it happened that a man driving a mule and carrying a bamboo case arrived and asked if his boat was available. The boatman realized that this was what his dream had described, so he demanded 1,000 taels. The man just laughed at him. After hesitating for a long time, the boatman grabbed the man's hand and wrote the characters from his dream on it. The man was so stunned by this that he immediately died. Underscore 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 un. Tianjin, a port near Beijing. 3 characters. These 3 nonsense characters all begin with the cliff radical, the first containing 2 cowrie shells, inside it, the second containing 3, and the third containing 4. When the boatman searched the bamboo case, he found it filled with a large number of tiny coffins, each only about as long as a finger, and containing drops of blood. The boatman took a copy of the 3 characters and showed them around to people near and far, but no one recognized them. Before long, Wu Sanggui's rebellion came to pass, and once his partisans were executed, their corpses were displayed in almost exactly the same number as the many coffins in the bamboo case. Su Baishan told me this. Underscore 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 un. Wu Sanggui's rebellion, the military commander whose treaty with Manchu leaders helped to catalyze the overthrow of the Ming dynasty in favor of the Qing. Later, however, pursuing his own ambitions, he opposed the Qing hierarchy, fomenting rebellion in Guangdong and Fujian provinces, but proved unsuccessful and died in 1678.